we'll call them technical and otherwise. We're trying out new software, trying to get a higher quality content here, and there's growing pains with trying to learn new stuff, but we'll figure it out on our own time. And then there was a knock at Nolan's door, which thankfully didn't result in a home invasion. It's just a package, a nice movie, which might show up on this list.
It already did.
True. Yeah. So we just finished off with Parasite in the last part. And Nolan, you are up.
I've got Paris, Texas.
Jesus Christ, I thought you said you have Up.
What's wrong with Up?
Nothing. No problem.
Sounds like you have an issue with the hit and Pixar animated film Up, and it could be an issue what if it's on my list later?
That would surprise me. I don't have an issue with the movie. I like that movie.
Are you saying you don't have a single Pixar film on your list?
Could be. Yeah. We'll see. I'm sorry, what was that movie? Paris, Texas?
All those like Toy Stories and Ups, that's all alphabetically at the bottom of the list. So.
I don't need Disney Pixar when I have
Muppet Treasure Island
and Iron Man. Like those I will take over
Iron Man.
You don't remember
Iron Man?
Not Iron Man. Iron Giant. Christ. Superior film. Iron Giant.
Yeah, wrecked Marvel. Yes, I've got Paris, Texas. 1984, like a Western road movie directed by Wim Wenders, co-written with Sam Shepard.
Why do you like it?
There's no other movie like it. I've never seen anything like this before. I don't even really know what to compare it to. It's a very slow-paced romance, I suppose. It's this fellow behind me here. Escape.
He's an alien.
He is in Alien. Super great actor. Three names. Worked a lot with David Lynch. Oh my goodness. I don't remember his name. This is terrible.
I'm trying to find it, but IMDb, Harry Dean Stanton.
There you go. Like I said, 3 names. Embarrassing. Clearly my recall is challenged here.
It's too early for this shit. It's not that early.
Yeah, it's about him like vaguely trying to be a parent and find his ex-wife he ruined the relationship with her. As strange as it is, I think it has a very similar effect to In the Mood for Love in terms of like the absence of a relationship or the falling apart of a romance. Where In the Mood for Love is more about like longing and the inability to act on your feelings due to being in a marriage. This is kind of the opposite. It's like longing for a relationship that is over. And it moves very slowly and deliberately as Harry Dean Stanton crosses the Texas, like the barren Texas landscape to find this woman. And the pacing and Wim Wenders' direction really helps to match the desolate landscape before he finally finds the woman he's searching for. And then the last like 15-20 minutes of the movie are just heartbreaking stuff.
Damn.
Excellent movie. I mean, Wim Wenders is a great German director. I don't know why he randomly made this like American movie, but he seems to just make whatever movies he wants.
I was actually gonna say last night, Anna and I were sitting down to watch a movie, and there were 2 movies of his that I was considering watching. One was Perfect Days, and I can't for the life of me remember what the other one was.
Wings of Desire, maybe.
Yes, it was that one. But yeah.
What about the American remake, City of Angels with Nick Cage?
I'm gonna go on to my next movie. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Next movie for me is Persona. Sorry, were you finished talking about Paris, Texas?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Persona. It's a 1966 Ingmar Bergman movie. I would say one of the more recent movies that references this would be The Lighthouse. But yeah, it's an avant-garde psychological drama between lesbian. Are you good?
Lesbians. It's a movie about a couple of nice straight women having fun. No lesbians in this one.
Straight women.
Full of straight gals out on one of those Swedish islands.
I don't know about straight. It was the 60s, but
it was Sweden.
It was Sweden. There's some really like, all right. So first and foremost, the movie opens with like very unsettling, like close-ups of like insect and like black and white. And then I'm pretty sure there's like a crucifix within the first like minute or so. Yeah, there's just all sorts of psychosexual as well as like religious iconography, and these two characters struggle to understand themselves, like their own persona, right? Their own identity, as well as struggling to figure each other out. And one of the beauties of the movie is that it's unclear whether or not it's literal or it's like two sides of one person would be one interpretation of it. But I mean, it's a beautiful film. It is both unsettling as well as moving, I would say. And yeah, I just love what it does psychologically and visually. It's a completely visual experience, I would say, which is one of the reasons why I like it so much.
Well, it's about an actress who experiences a psychological break, and while she's in a hospital, her nurse tries to rehabilitate her by taking her to this like cottage out on an island, which is just like an idyllic landscape, to regain your sanity. So it's like her psychological break is basically depersonalization, as she seems to not be able to recognize herself both as an individual and, as the movie unfolds, primarily concerned with her role as a mother. Mm-hmm. And so the merging of the two women, the actress and the nurse, psychologically as one person, kind of the overlap is the nurse's caring nature and the actress's desire for individuality separate from her role as both an actress and as a parent. And so the framing device at the beginning of the film is seemingly autobiographically Ingmar Bergman, whose mom is the actress that he needs parenting from. And so there's a psychological transference like partway through where the nurse's caring nature seems to transfer to the actress, and then the two have a bunch of trippy scenes with some implied lesbianism, perhaps. I'll give you that. And then they go their separate ways after it is unclear if they transferred minds, because the film heavily implies that in order for the actress to return to being a mother, they had to transfer minds.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But yeah, I also have this on my list. Great movie. Possibly the greatest use of close-up shots ever. It helps that Livy Ullmann and Bibi Andersson are both not only incredible actors, but just drop-dead gorgeous Swedish women.
Yeah, Ingmar Bergman kind of lucked out with being Swedish, I would say. Like not only is he very accomplished just with like his close-ups, but he's able to like tap into that sort of like cultural zeitgeist of like, oh, it's the Swedes, the Swedish woman, look at them. He doesn't like ham it up, but I'm more saying he is fortunate to have that like aesthetic at play, so readily available. Up next.
I mean, he worked with both of them in dozens of movies.
Yeah. I'm saying like time and place, like circumstance. Like he wasn't a peasant in the Middle Ages, is what I'm saying.
No. He's a modern man. All right, I'm going to move on. Next I've got Paths of Glory, written by Stanley Kubrick.
One of the few that he wrote. Yeah, most of his movies come from other source material.
What? I mean, it's based on a novel.
Well, there you go.
All of his movie, he didn't believe in that. That's not, I'm sure it's very different from the book.
So he adapted it.
He didn't write. Yeah, he only adapted stuff. He didn't. Pretty sure he has like numerous famous quotes about writing. Like, leave writing to writers. I'm not a writer. I'm a filmmaker. And then he just rewrote every story completely from the ground up. Pissed on Stephen King. Yeah, we talked about this one in our Kubrick episode. Link in the description below. Great war movie. My favorite World War I movie in general. I think World War I movies are rather mediocre and either overemphasize the nature of the war or de-emphasize the horror of the war or overemphasize like the chain of command. And this movie strikes a perfect balance between all of the above while sort of ribbing all sides of the war for their complicity in it and denouncing chain of command and the immorality of leadership during the war. More largely, I suppose, during all wars, which Kubrick was clearly not a fan of.
Yeah, I I really like this movie. It is not on my list. But yeah, I do love this movie. It's one that I think a lot of people who love movies would recognize, but those that are familiar with Kubrick, like this one can kind of take a backseat to his more like recent movies.
Pretty famous.
Right. But he also did how many other ones that he gets more recognition for, is my point.
2, 3 probably.
Yeah.
I mean, you basically, if you want to know how popular a movie is within the generalized zeitgeist, you can just check IMDb. And if you look at their top 250, that tells you what the average white man, roughly our age, thinks of movies.
Yeah, that's fair. Apparently, go ahead.
Yes.
We had some alumni back at our school yesterday, and this kid was telling me that apparently he uses Mubi to rate movies, which I never knew people used.
Mubi, the streaming service?
Yeah, instead of IMDb or Letterboxd, he uses Mubi. Said it's really popular in Turkey.
Yes. Well, when the Turks stop censoring their filmmakers, I guess maybe I'll consider using Mubi, which, to my knowledge, is not a Turkish program or app. Oh, we lost him. Oh, he's back.
I was plugging something in. Next up I have is Pirates of the Caribbean.
Which one?
The first.
Oh, okay. Same.
What is that? Curse of the Black Pearl?
Yeah.
Yeah, very I would say foundational for myself as a teenager. This was one of the first movies that our mom like let me watch that was like PG-13 because our parents were pretty strict with what we were allowed to watch, and it was kind of like a baptism into like more mature movies. And yeah, it's a kids movie, but with that being said, it is it's got more fun to it. It's got more of an edge than like some of the stuff that I had seen before. Like I'm talking about being like 12 or 13, but then again, kids these days are watching everything. But anyway, yeah, this movie is just an all around fun fest. You could say it's got action, romance, just comedic bits to it. Some really fun and pretty well done CG as well as practical effects, which were pretty groundbreaking for 2003. Yeah, some excellent scenes, some really good performances as well from some pretty high level actors, and maybe some not so great actors who are just kind of there who look nice on screen. But
feels
what
like
are you
a
gonna
call
do?
out.
Yeah.
You don't like Keira Knightley in these movies?
No, I like Keira Knightley. That wasn't a call out on
this is in
her.
Orlando Bloom, Barb.
Yeah.
Elizabeth. Every time he said Elizabeth.
No, Keira Knightley I have no issue with as an actor. It's Orlando that I have an issue with. Great looking guy. No problems aesthetically, but man, just kind of a wet blanket.
He is used to perfection in those Lord of the Rings movies where he's given 3 or 4 lines of dialogue a movie, and the rest of the time the direction was clearly just, okay, stare sort of awestruck but also slightly knowingly directly into the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. We got it on the first take. Thanks, Orlando.
Like, it's not that he's bad, to be clear. He's there. It's fine. But also like to his case as well. Like, he is pitted up against Keira Knightley and Johnny Depp. So, and Jeffrey Rush. So,
yeah, I mean this movie I think was kind of around the turning point for Johnny Depp of like his use in this type of role, like wacko with a lot of makeup on. Obviously done away from Tim Burton, which was rare because usually it was Tim Burton, having Johnny Depp play himself. Both Johnny Depp playing Johnny Depp and Johnny Depp playing Tim Burton at the same time, which is the majority of Tim Burton films. But we're not talking about Tim Burton today. We'll talk about him some other time. But yeah, I agree. This is a great update to the swashbuckling adventure, which by and large a lot of pirate films just thoroughly bad. Really not since like the 40s had there been much in the way of successful pirate films, and those obviously have been completely aged out. But this does have the unfortunate additive of being a Disney product, which means that it both has to do those Disney/Marvel jokes where the character looks straight at the camera and says something that takes you out of it. By and large, they work. The jokes mostly work within the narrative, so it's less egregious in this film than it is in some of the sequels. It also has it was literally a theme park ride, and I think it's a fine addition to the movies as rides collection. I don't really know what else to call it.
yeah.
Something that James Cameron and Steven Spielberg have both kind of been competing to achieve for a long time, as they obviously think that the future of cinema and filmmaking is making theme park rides. But this one, it's a great adventure movie. Thankfully, it doesn't really try to be a theme park ride too much. Like, there's no Temple of Doom, they're in the mine cart, shit like that. But yeah, I like a lot of the performances. Obviously, the following 4 sequels to the movie each provide diminishing returns. But like you said, the CG at the time was excellent. It's aged fine. I mean, obviously, the stuff doesn't look great now, and it doesn't look anywhere near as good as productions at the same time, like Lord of the Rings. But for what it is of the highest quality, I think. Like, Disney adventure live action movies don't get better than this one.
Yeah.
And I have a similar connection to it. Like, it was basically like I went from only watching kids' movies to, there's slightly more mature content out there that is the bridge before I just only watch R-rated murder movies forever.
Speaking of which, is that coming up on your next one?
The next one I have is The Phantom of Liberty. Yet another Louis Buñuel written with Jean-Claude Carrier, ridiculous art house comedy surreal trip. So I already talked about Belle de Jour, which is more of a ridiculous sex pervert comedy drama, and The Discreet Charm of the Bourgeoisie, which is more of a political cocaine-fueled surreal nightmare. Phantom of Liberty and a comedy. Phantom of Liberty is like a loose collection of dreams that are still pretty political, but less centered the way they are in The Discreet Charm. If you just like great images and goofy bits with a heavy emphasis on like barbed social commentary and a lot of like Spanish and French art history, this is a great movie.
Yeah, I was just checking if I had this on my watch list because I still haven't seen this.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say it's niche because Buñuel is like a pretty famous filmmaker, but I'm not sure that it is of his most beloved films because it is just even less narratively driven.
Yeah, that's true.
But it features a lot of the same cast as The Discreet Charm. A lot of his regulars. What's his name? Fernando Rey, I believe, who's the main character in the other one. He plays a prominent role in this. But this movie also doesn't have a main character because the narrative perspective switches roughly every 5 to 10 minutes.
God, love some Buñuel. I like, for someone who loves surrealist exploration like myself, I really got to see more of his stuff. I actually just did a switch up from my next one. I removed it and added a different one. So I am jumping to Playtime by Jacques Tati. This is similar to what you talked about with Paris, Texas, actually. I feel a similar emotion to Playtime as well. It's kind of hard to describe the movie. It's largely plotless, but it just follows a man walking around different scenes in a French city and experiencing, yeah, those settings, basically. It is playtime. It kind of feels like an adult version of a Sandbox, basically, where the director is kind of taking you through like a romantic version of what it's like to be an adult, I guess, in some ways. Hence the Sandbox metaphor. But it's really fun, and I would say very uplifting, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, Tati's films all have like a playfulness to them. This one obviously does have that undercurrent of alienation, almost in the opposite way of Paris, Texas, where Paris, Texas is concerned with like a romantic detachment and the alienation that results from being within the Texas landscape, whereas Playtime is, the alienation from being in a busy, crowded, modern technological world that feels like it should be more utopian than it is. And so the Tati character just stumbling about dancing is both still very whimsical, but also doesn't belong in that period.
Yeah.
I believe the movie bankrupt Tati because he spent all of his own money to make it, and I think he may have died poor.
Shit.
Yeah.
Why?
Amazing filmmaker, though.
Why is it not rated?
What do you mean?
Just doesn't have a rating.
Doesn't have a rating.
Says it's not rated somehow. Yeah, but it's a really fun film. If you're looking for some fun French visual excursions, I would definitely say check it out. What have you got next?
Sorry, I was looking up if I was actually correct about that this movie bankrupt Tati. I could not find any substantiating evidence for that. So
it is worth noting that it is a Monsieur Hulot film, which is like Jacques Tati's character that he plays throughout a whole bunch of his movies.
Yeah, I mean, basically, that character by Jacques Tati is the Tramp. It's just the next version of Charlie Chaplin's pantomime Tramp, but French. Next one I have is Point Blank.
Same.
It's directed by John Borman, 1968. This is a psychedelic crime thriller action movie. I don't know if I'd describe it as action or thriller, but
almost
basically
noir, but not quite.
Yeah, I guess notes of noir. The film is concerned with Lee Marvin having a hard time knowing which of his memories are in the past and which he made up as he basically goes door to door, scene to scene, breaking through doors with a pistol in his hand, waving it around wildly, and then shooting people. Great musical score.
I was going to say door to door. It's not quite door to door. He goes through doors.
Yeah, he does not wait for some scenes he knocks on doors, mostly he just kicks them down.
There is no waiting around for Lee Marvin in this movie. It's so much fun. My God. It has like a whole bunch of elements of like almost paranoid fiction, if you will.
Yeah, definitely.
See like Shutter Island or like The Crying of Lot 49, like really has those elements to it. But it just brings me such joy to see Lee Marvin on a rampage the whole movie.
It's kind of like the antithesis of La Samurai, where that's like a slow-paced, deliberate character study about like a laconic, sort of detached assassin. This is just like a breakneck, like psychedelic, ever-changing scene, memory mindfuck with a guy who has zero chill.
with a large American man brandishing
Yeah.
a shotgun or a pistol in every single scene, taking control, smacking around people.
Oh
Like,
yeah, everybody gets punched. I don't even remember how it ends. I literally have no memory of the ending of this movie.
it ends at the like Alcatraz Island looking
The thing
like
that they keep
jail.
calling back. Okay.
Yeah. I don't
I
specifically recall the ending, but that's exactly where it ends. But
remember
I
now then.
do think it's definitive. Like I don't think it's like open-ended.
Sure it is. You just start from the beginning again.
Right. But I'm saying like something happens to a main character. Moving on to my next one is
60-year-old.
Poor Things. This is probably the most recent movie I have on my entire list, actually.
It's definitely the most recent movie I have on my list.
You have it as well?
Yeah.
Amazing. I wasn't sure if you would. This movie is so much fun. The last three movies that we listed were just actually even like four movies are just fun movies to watch. They just bring such joy
in very different ways.
Yes. This movie is not a kid's movie, like Pirates of the Caribbean. Neither's Point Blank, for all the violence and smacking around of people. This one, instead of, I mean, this movie does have violence, but it is like just so much sex.
No, this is a sex pervert movie.
Just
this
a
is
ton
goddamn
of sex.
Yeah, goddamn European sex perverts out here.
Which I understand can turn a lot of people off, but I just found so funny. Like turn them off to the art. Not turn off with the kinks. But
right, no.
To be clear, that's not why I enjoy the movie. I'm not like, oh yeah, this is good stuff. Great smut. No, it's just really funny. Honestly, like each scene that unfolds, pretty much every single scene has just like either layers of comedy or it just like hits you upside the head with all sorts of different continually like unspooling bits throughout the movie that like kind of build on one another through Emma Stone. And she gives an amazing performance throughout the whole movie. There's a solid supporting cast, but she really leads the charge, I would say. Willem Dafoe is probably the highest among the secondary characters in supporting her, but she really leads the charge and is the star of the show. But it's a ton of fun throughout the movie. I really like that it has different parts to it. Usually I'm not as big of a fan of separating a movie into parts unless they have like a distinct tone to each of them and like some rationale behind separating them into parts. The reason why I don't like separating into parts a lot of the time is because it's just kind of lazily done. It's just like, oh, well, this is the second part. And you're like, okay, but like what's going on in the second part? This movie takes that and executes it perfectly, I would say. It really explores the tone of each part of the movie quite well, and it's progressing with Emma Stone as she is progressing mentally and emotionally, like her character is. I don't want to spoil too much about the movie, but like the basic plot is that a woman tries to kill herself by jumping off of a bridge, and then a doctor gets her body and puts a child's brain, a baby's brain, inside of her head that she like learns and grows with her new brain with increasing rapidity. But it is a beautiful film as well. The use of color, the backdrops, it's both literal but also highly metaphorical, and the backdrops are like very surreal and enjoyable to see like unfold behind the characters.
Yeah. I think I have a couple points to make. One, very like Tim Burton-esque. There's a lot of elements that are reminiscent of Tim Burton, both the Gothic style, elements of like steampunk in the art direction. I think it's based off a novel of the same name, which obviously is where a lot of the rich detail comes from within the world building, which is perfectly realized. The journey feels a bit like a Lewis Carroll journey. There's elements of like Alice in Wonderland. Obviously, it's more of a sort of coming of age story, which is strange to say because, it's so sexually explicit. But it all works in the flow of the narrative, which is about her learning to be a person. It's just the order in which she learns how to be an adult, coming out of a infant's brain in that body, makes for a far more rich version of storytelling, I think, than, your standard coming of age.
The doctor's name is God as well.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe is excellent. Emma Stone's excellent. Mark Ruffalo's excellent. I don't know the name of
There's Margaret.
Her like husband.
Christopher Abbott.
Probably.
Jon
He's also
Snow?
quite good. Jon Snow. There's an actor named Jon Snow in this movie.
The guy that plays Jon Snow.
No, he's not in this.
Well, yes, he is.
Kit Harington was in this movie.
He wasn't. Maybe not.
Kit Harington was definitely not in this movie.
Who the?
He doesn't do good movies yet. Might get there one day after he does a Game of Thrones sequel show for 10 years.
Oh, it's Christopher Abbott. Yeah. How is that not Jon Snow?
Nope. Not totally whole other guy.
What? Wow.
But anyway, I was going to agree with you on the point about title chapters and like segmentation of a film. I typically find them to be narratively breaking because it obviously just ruins the flow of a story. And the best types of films are typically the ones that just move the whole way through with one vision without the need to fade in or out, which are especially more common in fantastical movies like this because it's hard to blend surreal or highly atmospheric or highly, specific like gothic or steampunk styles like this one. But all of that works really well within the art direction of the film and doesn't really break up the narrative, which does have logical points of growth for the what's the main character's name? Bella? Or I make that up?
I couldn't tell you. All that I know is Emma Stone plays her.
Yeah, definitely Yorgos Lanthimos has been working towards something like this, just a neat, I think, upon release, masterpiece of both tone, visual style, and writing, which meshes perfectly with his existing directorial style. Because he's made some great movies over the years, but
that was gonna be my last point. Is that this one really feels like Lanthimos is hitting his stride and everything is really coming together.
I mean, The Favorite was already winning, international film awards. So other people seem to think, that was already it. But I suspect, he's gonna be able to make whatever movies he wants because I think this was a commercial hit at the very least.
Yeah, there are a ton, 6,422 ratings on IMDb, a bunch of 5 stars, and the second rating for this movie, like second highest or second most rated, is a 1 star because of all the sex. It's just so funny. People just can't get past it.
Yeah, I mean that's the same type of prudish instinct that has led to the dogmatic rise of harmful religions and foolish ideologies. So doesn't surprise me one bit.
No, it's not surprising. It's just
that
a
wacky X-rated Tim Burton movie might not appeal to the prudish American intellect.
What's your next one?
Predator.
Same. 1987, John McTiernan.
Basically the same type of movie as Poor Things, a real art film.
Instead of an adult woman with a child's brain, it's muscle-bound men hunting an alien Are they in South America? Where does it take place? Okay.
I mean, it's not quite the homoerotic masterpiece that I have later on the list, but it's pretty close.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah. Dylan, you son of a bitch. Yeah,
Show me the muscles.
the muscle bound machismo in this movie does border on homoerotic.
Jesse Ventura just has a massive gun. Just big man, big muscles. You know what else? I got a big gun. Look at my big gun. Nothing can stop me.
Yeah, a bunch of legendary actors, obviously. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Bill Duke, Jesse Ventura, Carl Weathers. The other guy that plays the Mongo character was also very famous, but I don't remember his name. And from what I understand, he's an asshole. So
he's not worth mentioning.
no. But yeah, great movie. Just a really excellent blending of horror and action, which is always a difficult bridge to gap, which many have tried and failed to replicate, both within the Predator franchise and in general, because, what's better than an action movie that has elements of horror in it? It's always the logic behind many a doomed picture.
Yeah. It's such a fun ride. The tension that's built in it is great. They only show enough to keep you wanting more for like the mystery, and they only show you as much as the characters experience too. I mean, that's not entirely true, because they do also show you the viewpoint of the predator itself, but that adds to the tension, because you're wondering like what on earth this thing is, and it also shows that it's literally not of this planet. Super fun movie. Getting into fun but also more serious subject matter would be, that was your movie, right? You did that one. The next one for me is The Prestige.
Yeah, same. Just going in lockstep here.
This was the first episode that we ever recorded, which we did not release because we were messing around trying to figure out the direction for our podcast.
It was unlistenable.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. But that would be the inverse of this movie. This movie is actually my favorite movie ever. Anytime anyone asks me what my favorite movie is or my top movie, this is the movie that I lean on for all sorts of different reasons. I really should sit down and write an essay on it, but lots of people have already done that. But I laud it for its meta narrative, its performances. It's going back to the meta narrative of interweaving a film that is both deconstructing how movies are magic and also like educational, and then also showing you the problems with ambition. Yeah, for like oneself, but also between oneself and their craft and relationships. So I think it's just like a perfect demonstration of the really dark sides of human nature and ambition, and how if you become obsessed with your goal, that will ultimately destroy your relationships, but then also destroy the goal itself. And it also has some like really excellent twists that, despite you knowing them, are still that much more enjoyable upon rewatch.
Yeah, I mean, this is like this is a classic mind fuck ending. Like, oh boy, that hurts. Oh, thinking about that hurts. Oh, that's tough. It does fit into that Christopher Nolan, I'm making a movie about how I need to stop making this movie and get back to my family theme. Just the end of the movie, hugging the kid, just I gotta get back to my family. I gotta stop making these movies that I'm obsessed with.
You have to bring it.
Brings it back. Chris Nolan got back to his family, thankfully.
Because Alfred stepped in and ushered him back to his family.
Yeah, I assume whoever John and Christopher Nolan's dad is just the guy that, like, clearly he must have an impact in their life, because Michael Caine plays their dad in every single movie.
Michael Caine is their dad.
Right.
You just look up a picture and it's just Michael Caine, just some British a duplicate of Michael Caine.
Yeah, I mean, I think unlike a lot of his other movies that deal with the same thing, there's a better adherence to the setting. So sometimes Christopher Nolan can get lost, especially since this is one of his only non-action movies. He can get lost in the sort of minutia of, completely meaningless scenes, whereas this one doesn't have that because all of the action scenes, like the big set pieces, are built around the very thing that the characters are striving to do well. And so they actually fit within the narratives of the stories, as opposed to, Batman on cargo boom or whatever else, like James Bond shit they're doing in his other films. Great performances from all around. Christian Bale, obviously phenomenal. Huge jacked man. I think this is one of his finer performances. Michael Caine is in the movie. Scarlett Johansson, a fairly young Scarlett Johansson. I forget the other lady's name who's not in too much of the movie. It's like Piper something.
I can never remember that actress's name. I was just talking about this with a coworker, I think, yesterday.
I want to say her first name is Piper, but and then obviously the entire subplot with
Rebecca Hall.
No, not that one. The other one. That's not the one I'm thinking of. Rebecca Hall is like one of the main characters who I didn't mention.
Parabo?
That's the one. No, Rebecca Hall is the most undercooked part of the film, and her performance I've always found to be a little uneven. Like in some scenes it works really well, and then in other scenes it's like overacted, which works in the narrative, but it's just not certain of it. But no, the other thing I was going to mention was the David Bowie as Tesla plot with Andy Serkis just like hobbling around in the background. Just a hilarious duo.
David Bowie and Andy Serkis. Unbelievable.
Just Ziggy and Gollum just hanging out. But yeah, an all-time great movie for all the reasons you listed. One of those quintessential obsession movie about movies narratives that helps to come through with a very memorable ending.
Oh yeah. What have you got next?
Primer.
Same. We are in complete lockstep.
Yeah, painful. Just no original thought here. Just slaves to the machine. Oh. Yeah, Primer is a 2004 micro-budget science fiction film. Written, directed, produced, starring, shot by
Shane Carruth.
Shane Carruth. He did everything. I say micro budget because this movie was made for free. Like it was just a guy got together with some friends and was like, "All right, listen, I got a great idea for a movie, time travel," and then he did it. This is one of those ones where the first, I want to say 5 to 10 minutes, they just dump exposition on you, basically talking about math and engineering. And, the average audience member, me included, is just going to go, I don't know I'm too stupid to know math, science, and engineering. And then the movie twists and turns and confuses you, and then gets more and more confusing, and then hopefully by the end you figured out what happened. But it's a extremely creative way to show not only time travel, but what can be accomplished just by having a camera and like a couple of suits. Like you really didn't need like any type of computer generated images or big action scenes to make this thing work. It's thoroughly entertaining start to finish. It's twisty. It forces you to think, especially because the narrative kind of does I don't want to describe it because to describe it entirely ruins the whole purpose of watching it in a way. But it does this shape. It doubles back on itself. So there's multiple timelines running simultaneously because they basically build a small time machine, and then when they realize it works, they build a bigger time machine. And then as they start going in and out of this box that sends them back in time, they start seeing themselves in the past. And so they're like, oh shit, our past selves also made time machines. And then pretty soon it's it gets out of control because either the past or present or future version of the main character has started to fuck around and has made multiple time machines within time machines. It's, I think, a very realistic depiction of what would happen if just some run-of-the-mill engineer made a time machine in his garage and that was smart enough to know what it could be used for.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of mindfucks, I definitely did not understand what the hell I watched after I watched this movie. I watched it in the library in college while I was working. And yeah, really, really awesome movie. I would say if you like the movie Coherence, this movie is not a better version of that, but exploring a tangential thought from that movie. Whenever someone mentions Coherence, I usually always mention this because I feel like Coherence just doesn't quite get what it's going for. It doesn't quite come full circle for me, but
there's Coherence, Triangle, Time Crimes, all of those like pseudo intellectual time travel movies. Sort of eventually there's a thread somewhere you pull on and it doesn't work. Whereas like The Prestige and Primer, which are actually more similar than not.
Yeah, that's very true.
The loops contained within them are hard and fast loops with an ending that is well enough written that it forces you to think about how the loop works.
And they also don't over explain, like they don't have over exposition to the point where it's pretentious. Where it's like, do you get it? Do you get what we're doing? Do you see it?
There's no spinning top at the end. No, it's none of that hack Christopher Nolan, right? Oh, I mean,
yeah. Next for me is Princess Mononoke.
Same.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. I'm kind of surprised by that. Not that I thought you didn't like it, but we've talked about Miyazaki off air before. And you just watched a Miyazaki movie last night, right? The Boy and the Heron.
Princess Mononoke.
Anyway, this is my favorite Miyazaki film. I really, really like the action in this movie and the pacing. The fantastical in Miyazaki movies are always enjoyable, I would say, to see, but they don't always quite kind of all pay off, maybe, in a way. I think this one does really well, and I think it is a nice metaphor for kind of like our, as humans, relationship with the environment and relationship with the world and each other as well. And like the fact that we are constantly fighting one another and destroying the planet, that we really lose sight of the planet and also of the destruction that results in us fighting one another.
Yeah, I mean, I think of all of his films, this is the one that most clearly examines what he seems to be trying to say, because by and large, most of Hayao Miyazaki's films do have the same themes and the same aims and the same goals. They even share a lot of the same visual illusions. But I think this one most clearly helps to visually show that. Part of it is in the way that it does not wholesale worship nature. I mean, this isn't like a nature is good, man is bad, industrialization is bad film.
Yeah.
Because Miyazaki is a far more nuanced artist and writer than the average, smoke factories are bad and they're killing the planet. I mean, nature and the spirit of the forest in this film is a brutal spirit. It's more of a neutral entity than it is like a thing to be worshipped because it's holy and virtuous. Same with the boars, obviously, and the infected evil virus. But yeah, mankind wars against each other. Industrialization is shown to have great capability, but also great destructive power.
There's also the great scene where the spirit of the forest like is embodied by that deer, and the guys who are like watching, I forget his name, like Ashitaki is like interacting with it, and they can't help themselves by trying to kill the deer, right? They like just showing like man's yearning for like getting the bigger, better thing and the kill, right? The trophy.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to derail you. Just wanted to mention that scene.
Yeah, that's I don't have too much else to add. I assume at some point we'll do an episode on Hayao Miyazaki. His films have been examined and written about to death, and for good reason. I would not necessarily say this is the crowning achievement of his work, but I do think it does distill his ideas most clearly in showing, elements of war, environmentalism, man versus nature, growth, the beauty of nature, the horror of nature, coming of age story, etc., etc.
What have you got next?
Psycho.
Psycho.
Yeah, we've gone a bit too long. I'm afraid.
Oh, without Mr. Hitchcock?
Without old Hitch. Yeah.
I do not have this movie on my list.
Bears.
Kind of mid. It's kind of a mid movie.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
Psycho,
that is not my take on Psycho.
Psycho, I mean, I have, like, there's just 4 versions of Psycho on my list.
Yeah.
I think it's been improved upon for sure. In some aspects, in others, it still, to me, remains unrivaled. I mean, Hitchcock's vision in the best of his films, one of which we've already talked about, and at least one more where I will talk about, it is just superb. There's something about his ability to block camera movement and direct eye movement that meshes perfectly with this type of suspense which borders on horror, because really Hitchcock never made horror films, with Psycho being the one that finally comes close to what I would consider horror. It also helps to break the convention of filmmaking, which is, having your main character die halfway through, which for some people is one of the film's greatest strengths. To others, it's weakness, because, some people watch it and go, well, I don't know who to root for anymore, because the guy, good old Martin Balsam, who this is the second time I'll shout him out in this and have Reese just stare puzzled, like, who's Martin Balsam? Who cares about this fuck? I'm a huge Martin Balsam fan.
Googling his name again. Is that the dad from A Christmas Story?
I was about to take my lamp and just dobby myself with the lamp. Just Anthony Perkins is excellent in this one as Norman Bates. It's a classic staple of American cinema and one of the peaks of Hitchcock's career as a filmmaker. Just moves perfectly, suspenseful, eerie, creepy. I would never argue quite scary. The shower scene is, heralded frequently, taught in any film class you'd ever attend, for how to edit together a scene. And I mean, this, just like North by Northwest and some of the other Hitchcock movies on here later, it's a masterclass in almost every single aspect of filmmaking. Cinematography, blocking, eye lines. Obviously it's black and white, so no use of color the same vivid way some of these other ones will be.
Yeah, but its lack of color is still coloring the scene. Like the gradient is perfect.
Yeah, it doesn't feel black and white at all.
No. I actually was gonna mention the main character dying halfway through as being one of the highlights of the movie for me. Like when I first watched it, it really blew me away that he just did that. I was like, wait, what? I thought that this movie was about this lady, but
Jennifer Jason Leigh.
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis's mother.
It's funny you said it, mother. I was going to also say it incorrectly. Mother!
As a stupid British child.
Yeah, yes. Don't know why. It's just that's how I felt.
Yeah. I think for me the reason why it's not on my list is because I wasn't let down when I watched it, but it's like, heralded as like it's on the Rushmore of movies. And so when I watched it, I was like, that was a great movie. But that was like kind of all the more that I felt about it. The scenes that really stuck with me are the ones that I can't get out of my head, though, which are the ones where with the mother, who is not the mother, because the camera angles that are shown in those just really stick with you.
The overhead shot above the stairs, followed by the shot following Balsam's fall down the stairs.
Yeah.
The car going into the water, the shower scene, the mother in the basement, the mother looking out of the house, the shots of the house in general, the fucking shots with the mirrors, the shots with the like taxidermied bird in the background, the shot where Jennifer Jason Leigh's driving and her boss walks by and sees her with the money, which is echoed in the next movie on my list. All kinds of good shit.
Yeah. Great piece of cinema. Just didn't quite make it for me.
No, that's fair. Like I said, there are movies I like on this list that I think are more refined versions of the same idea with more going on. But Psycho still just gets me.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I'm glad we made this list. Because like we said, it's not about like rating; it's about like what movie we feel like reflects us in some aspect. Speaking of which, this next one is Prisoners from 2013, Denis Villeneuve. I just recently rewatched this, and it definitely holds up.
I'm gonna grab some water real quick, so don't be alarmed. I'm still here.
Yeah,
Just
no
turning the
worries.
camera off.
So this movie is a movie about a kid that goes missing, and basically a father fighting to try to get the police to take him seriously to find the kid. And it's not that it played by Hugh Jackman as the father. And it's not that the police aren't taking him seriously, but he feels like they could do more than they are doing. And so he becomes obsessed with trying to find his daughter for obvious reasons, right? And the main detective is Jake Gyllenhaal. So it's kind of Jake Gyllenhaal and Hugh Jackman kind of fighting each other for a good portion of the movie, and then loosely fighting each other but working together to try to find the missing kid. They're missing his missing child. There are some great performances in this by both Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal, but also Paul Dano plays a secondary character in this one. The use of tension is excellent in this. The direction is really strong. The writing is really good. I think it really is a study in the lengths to which someone will go in order to recover their family. But also, it really asks the moral question of, do the ends really justify the means? And it really asks you, how far would you go to recover someone that you love? And then it also just has a very, very powerful ending. Yeah, I don't really want to spoil. I don't want to say any more about that.
Yeah, I think an all-time great performance by Jake Gyllenhaal, who seemed to have hit some sort of second win in the early 2010s with just rolling off a handful of phenomenal performances in psychological thrillers. This one's definitely my favorite of those. It's not on my list, but I do love the movie. I think it's near perfect. Also, shout out Terrence Howard in this one before he became a mathematician.
I was actually gonna mention his what is it, trumpet playing in this.
He's great in this movie. I wish Terry H was in more.
Yeah, for those of you uninitiated, he came up with alternative math, which he has developed and stands by. I don't think he's come out and apologized about this new methodology for math, but it's quite creative, you might say. This is not the forum to discuss alternative math, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, Terrence Howard, I don't know what happened to him, if he was just like betrayed by Hollywood, but yeah, he's
I don't know
off
if
in the
his
deep
wife
end when it
cheated
comes
on
to
him
math.
and he just lost it. Like, I don't know if he did something, if he who knows.
No, he just doesn't understand the problem. It's not that he came up with a new version of it, he just doesn't understand one of the principal functions of math.
One of the funniest things about it is he sent it was like an essay or like an article that he wrote about this to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he asked for notes. And then Tyson was like, yo, like, are you sure you want me to like critique this? Like, I'm kind of busy. And he was like, no, just, mark it up. Like, give me some critiques. And so he did. And then he was like, dude, why were you disagreeing with this part or like whatever? And he's like, you literally asked me to like critique it. It's completely unsubstantiated. Anyway, this movie does have to do with numbers and symbols. But yeah, Terrence Howard thankfully is not a part of decrypting those symbols in the movie, because he would do quite a poor job.
I mean, he is. He just gets scared by them and then runs away the same way that he couldn't understand 1 times 1 and spent the better part of a decade trying to disprove basic math principles.
Yeah.
But yeah, an all-time great movie. More excellent acting by Hugh Jackman. thankfully, outside of his silly suit.
Silly suit.
Yeah, I mean, Huge Jacked Man is a great actor, and he's spent the better part of 20 years playing that silly superhero.
Oh, I thought you meant just him being like too refined, like in a suit,
No,
like The Greatest Showman or something.
no, but that's also kind of
All right, we shouldn't mention that movie. What do you have next?
Next, I have Pulp Fiction.
Same.
Which is what I was. It has that psycho reference to it, which in the narrative of Pulp Fiction is meant to be a reference to the ever changing structure of Pulp Fiction, which is somehow a reference to just the Ving Rhames Bruce Willis. But yeah, as for the rest of it, we have talked about Pulp Fiction before on this podcast, an episode about Tarantino. So I don't have too much more to elaborate on. It's obviously an all-time great example of Tarantino's writing style, written with Roger Avary, with now enshrined legendary performances by almost everyone involved. It helped make Samuel L. Jackson a certified A-lister, reaffirmed Bruce Willis as an all-time great actor capable of doing more than just, what he was kind of doing at the time in the Die Hard movies, helped revitalize John Travolta's career, as a callback to a film on your list, Blowback, which is one of Tarantino's all-time favorite films.
Blowout.
Blowout. Yeah, a great Ving Rhames performance. Christopher Walken in the hilarious watch scene. Uma Thurman as a weird drug addict sex symbol. All kinds of good shit in here. Also, just like a brutal X-rated exploitation film.
Yeah.
With depictions of violence across the spectrum, which is always a part of Tarantino's house style of both engrossing you, pulling you in with a fun, albeit violent narrative, which then becomes more violent than fun, with the sprinkling in of biblical vengeance, which Tarantino has realized that formula is just like the perfect way to endear yourself to Americans.
Just making biblical references.
Well, no, the use of biblical vengeance as a thematic element in your film.
I see.
Not the Ezekiel speech, which has been pilloried to death.
Yeah, I don't have anything more to add. We have discussed this movie to death, but it's still a great summer watch. Every scene, even the tough scenes, they're just, yeah. Let's take a break. We'll come right back. Starting that record.
Oh.
We're back.
We'll do it live.
With Redemption, which is the next movie I have. Raid Redemption on my list.
Yet to see Raid 2, which I've heard is even better.
I just want to make sure Raid 2 is not Raid Redemption. No, it's not.
No. I've only heard that the Raid 2 is even better, even crazier. I just haven't seen it.
A bit of the old ultra violence, you might say. This is one of those movies that is like, how do I say this? It's like each floor of the building represents another like level and layer of violence that is unlocked. Like take the Aristocats, you know how they're like breaking down each level in that song? It's like that, but the level of violence just keeps going up with each level. So if you're like just, you've got a nice hot pizza, it's a Friday night, and you're ready to watch some fight scenes, this is it. This is the movie for you. Amazing action, trying to fight through bad guys in order to gain redemption. I forget exactly the reason. Pretty much meaningless in the movie. They're probably trying to save families or an innocent person. I don't remember.
They go into the apartment complex, I think, to arrest the bad drug dealer, and then I think his brother just happens to be in there. I forget. The plot contrivance is literally irrelevant. Like, there are multiple 10+ minute fight scenes.
Yeah. Shout out to Iko Uwais, who is an Indonesian martial artist who is just a fucking baller in this movie. Holy shit. He just absolutely carries this. In addition to him is also Yayan Ruhian, who is in a whole bunch of fighting movies. He is also an Indonesian martial artist, but he, I believe, is also in, oh man, I think one of the John Wick movies. I forget which one. Oh shit, he's in Boy Kills World, which I am probably gonna watch at some point. That will never make this favorites list most likely, but yeah, the Raid Redemption movie did. Just because it's, I don't know, you gotta have some movies like this, at least for me. That are just super, super fun. It's not really experimental with Kung Fu because there's all sorts of Kung Fu or fighting movies, but I think it was the editing actually in this movie that really, really did it for me. I felt like the editing was really, really solid.
Yeah, I always found it to be more closer to in line with being like a Takashi Miike, like Ichi the Killer type movie, where its depiction of violence is so over the top that it becomes exhausting. So by the time you reach the like final 30-ish minutes, you're just like overwhelmed by how much fighting you've already seen.
Yes.
Exactly. And how desensitized you've come to be towards the grotesque murders.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it is really well made. Excellent action choreography. Bleak as hell, both in terms of the story being told, the protagonist's reference point towards morality, and the actual coloration, which is closer to being black and white than it is to being a colored movie.
Yeah, the like grimy sort of chiaroscuro nature of it.
Yeah, great choice. Yeah, I don't have this one. I think I like Ip Man more, and that kind of fills a similar role. Obviously, that's a far less violent movie, but I just like the Chinese nationalism in the background more than the, we got to arrest these guys.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like you get Ip Man, or although I did have Ip Man, so I think that also just says something about me that I just turn up for these kinds of movies. But what do you have next?
Rashomon.
Oh shit, nice. I do not have that. Oh, I do have it.
Oh,
sorry, I was in the wrong section.
Oh.
Yep, Rashomon. I desperately need to see this one again. I can never for the life of me remember this one from like 3 other Kurosawa movies.
Yeah, I threw Kurosawa up behind me. I couldn't get just the picture I was looking for, but that's Akira Kurosawa, because a lot of the remaining films on my list, there's a lot of overlap in filmmakers. There's not a whole lot of individuals left. It's pretty much just a lot of my favorites, many of which are classics, Rashomon included, which is one of the most preeminent film versions of the unreliable narrator. So the framing device is kind of like a couple of poor guys meet under a heavy rainstorm, hiding within the burnt remains of a Rashomon gate, and they tell the story of like a trial that they saw about a samurai who may or may not have raped and murdered like an innocent young couple, stole their belongings. But the narrative within the narrative works, and then it ends up ultimately becoming a humanist story about the hope for the future and the gray lines of morality under which we all live, especially those who live in more difficult conditions and circumstances.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself, especially with my poor memory.
But it does highlight many of Kurosawa's great abilities, which this came out in 1950, so it was well before, I suppose, the peak of both his popularity and his skill level. But it features an early excellent performance by the ever-present in Kurosawa's works, Mifune, who I don't even think has been on this list yet, but will reappear, I assure you.
Is his first name Toshiro?
Yeah.
Toshiro. I just couldn't remember it. I wanted to see if I could come up with it without looking it up. Yeah, he's a beast of an actor. I have Alfred Hitchcock's Rear Window next.
Yeah, same.
I like this movie a lot. I would say that the movie itself, I don't like as much as moments from the movie, though.
Okay. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so like there's a bunch of great moments from the movie. I like the whole concept of Jimmy Stewart being hurt, so he's trapped in a like wheelchair, or he's trapped like in his apartment, right? So he has to, as any intelligent, energetic person would be trapped, he just starts looking out of his window, which just so happens to look out on like all of these other apartments. And I like the way that it shows like all of the different apartments. You and I have talked about this before, but I don't like that it feels like a set for a play. That may just be more of the function of the time, but I don't really know how you get around that. Yeah, that part just kind of bothers me. Like, it takes me out of the movie itself. It just feels like too staged. Like the little boxes in the apartments feels like too staged, like setup for me. But that may be more of an issue that I have with plays in general, where it just like breaks the illusion of a movie. That's my sort of like biggest drawback of the movie. But I really like the detective work that he does for like each of the people who live in the apartment complex behind where he lives. And I like the back and forth between him and oh God, it's not Doris Day. It's another really famous actress from that time.
Doris Day.
Grace
Kelly?
Yeah, Grace Kelly. Yeah. I like the back and forth, the banter that they have in the movie. I think it works well. There are some very iconic scenes in this one that we referenced in No Country for Old Men, with the guy turning the light out and like being the shadow cast on the door. Yeah. It's Hitchcock, so he's the master of tension. The tension in this one is fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, I do just firmly disagree with your dislike of the perceived staging, that it feels more theatrical than cinematic. Like, I understand the critique that it feels two-dimensional because it just appears to be a set where the gap between the two buildings doesn't give the same amount of depth, but I think the viewpoint, while yes, frequently very stilted and direct, appears to be two-dimensional. It's the depth within the lives of the characters he sees across the way which takes over the narrative of the murder that makes it three-dimensional. And obviously is Hitchcock's finest work when it comes to the perception of voyeurism as a film and the journey that it takes you on with the main character, where the stylistic highlights throughout, like, you know, him being eventually confronted by the neighbor, played by I believe Raymond Burr.
Yeah.
And the perfect editing in that final confrontation scene, in addition to the suspense-filled prelude to that, where he's smoking the cigar in the darkness, which has been aped and pastiched and homaged and stolen repeatedly ad nauseum, even in a Coen Brothers movie, Blood Simple. But yeah, I think it's I think this is like as pure as cinema gets, especially when it comes to form matching the content of Hitchcock feeling voyeuristic, feeling like the protagonist.
Can you see what I'm sharing or no?
I see the search results of what appears to be Rear Window on Google Images.
Okay. Yeah, Rear Window shot is all I was trying to demonstrate here. To emphasize your points. That was all the more I was trying to show. Like the voyeurism aspect is really, really strong in this. Just wanted to show some points. I think that's something that we can incorporate into our episodes.
Right. I mean, we've talked about this at length about what the direction of this show or channel will be. And obviously there's some technical distinction between a podcast, which, you know, is essentially radio, versus the YouTube/video essay, which is more in line with what is done on YouTube. And so within the visual arts of doing something like what we're doing now, in being a visual essay, that would be the opportune time where instead of showing our, you know, grisly mugs, we would be showing images, stills, shots from these films, which I think would amplify it, rather than, you know, because just seeing us with, you know, the whatever ridiculous backgrounds are behind doesn't necessarily help to highlight what we're talking about. But thus is the way of attempting to speak about a form of art that is inherently visual, not necessarily limited auditorily.
Yeah, I think most of the time we will just refer you to watch the movie if you're interested. But I think when it's like especially visually pertinent, I will probably try to share my screen just with like one or two instances real quickly. But as the podcast progresses, I mean, like I said before, when we started this episode, we were having technical difficulties because we were trying to employ a new program that would allow, I think, for easier sharing of images. But anyway, that was mine. What is your next one?
Requiem for a Dream.
Oh, nice. We are starting to really deviate. I do not have this one.
Okay. I don't know why that surprises me, but it does. Yeah, this is a 2000 film directed by Darren Aronofsky, who's not yet appeared on this episode. This is a drama about addictions and the way in which they take over people's lives. So it follows sort of three different narratives. One with Jared Leto and his addiction to heroin. Two with Jennifer Connelly, his in-movie girlfriend/wife and her addiction to cocaine. And then his mother, played by Ellen Burstyn, and her addiction to dietary supplement pills so that she can lose weight so that she may be on her favoritist game show. Starts out as a sort of run-of-the-mill drama and quickly descends into a drug-fueled horror show where their addictions spiral out of control and take over their lives. This features a unusual performance by Marlon Wayans, of all people, who is Leto's like best friend within the film. There's excellent chemistry between Leto and Jennifer Connelly. Ellen Burstyn kind of steals the show by the end. The end has a lot of very haunting visuals and scenes, quite affecting with the permanent damage done by the addictions. Excellent directorial effort by Darren Aronofsky. Great script. I think the use of rapid fire editing, not necessarily montage, although there is a fair amount of montage, but rapid fire editing in which the way that their drug use is portrayed was unique for the time. I think it set some sort of record for most individual cuts in a film.
Yes.
I'm certain that has been broken since, but it definitely highlighted Aronofsky's skill as an up-and-coming film director.
Yeah. You said that it was kind of surprising I didn't have this one. Is that because it's like a darker movie?
No, I just wasn't sure how much you did or didn't enjoy it. I've loved this movie for years and years.
I really
so
liked it.
I just assume everyone else loves this grimy thing as much as I do.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't find myself thinking about it too often. I would say that's not necessarily, that doesn't mean it doesn't deserve to be on my favorites, but I think honestly the rewatchability of a movie takes like precedence for me more than some of the other categories in a lot of ways. I mean, Come and See is probably one of the only movies on my favorites list that I won't watch again because I just don't need to. I also just don't want to. But Requiem for a Dream, I also don't really have any interest watching again. Like, I probably will see it again at some point, but I don't anticipate in the next decade revisiting it. I mean, this gets really dark, but unless I have substance abuse issues and climb out of that, yeah, I don't foresee myself jumping back into that hole. The music in this movie is so powerful, overlaid on the scenes. Like it's basically like a music video that's like extended in a lot of scenes.
Yeah, an appropriately haunting yet epic score by Clint Mansell.
Yeah, I like this movie a lot, but I don't know. I don't really have anything against it. I don't really have a good answer as to why it didn't, but aside from rewatchability.
No, that's fair. You don't have to have this heroin movie.
The next movie I have is The Revenant.
You already had Pulp Fiction, so that's enough heroin.
Revenant. This is a Alexander Inarritu movie.
Excuse me.
Alejandro Inarritu.
Erased his heritage. Racist.
I didn't have it up on screen. There's too many. The last 3 directors on my list all begin with A. Is this the first time we have him on here?
No, we both had that bitch movie.
Can you refresh my Amores Perros?
I Love Dogs, the movie that we can't agree on the title because neither of us speak Spanish.
I literally looked it up. It says what it is. But anyway, Revenant. Stop mumbling over there. Has some really great performances from obviously Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hardy, sure, the Bear, Bronson, Will Poulter as well is pretty good in this.
Didn't mention a single one of the Native American actors, huh? Hateful.
Dwayne Howard is also good. Forrest Goodluck is solid as well. I apologize that Google is racist and lists them after. Arthur Red Cloud is probably the most prominent in the movie.
Okay, yeah.
And he's really good. No, I would just like to highlight that Google hid the Native American actors in this one, buried them, you might say. This movie, while you brought up probably a good point about the movie where it is kind of whitewashing Native Americans, but also in a way that is like kind of the point of the movie. Like there's the scene with the huge stack of the buffalo skulls demonstrating, the erasure of Native American people, language, culture, what have you. Yeah, it's a movie that's man versus man, very clearly. Man turning to their baser nature, and man versus nature, most prominently.
No mention of the bear.
Man versus nature.
No love for the bear. Big bear gang.
Yes, when the movie came out, there was a preview that just shoved down your throat. Hey, there's gonna be a bear that attacks Leo. Get ready.
I mean, this movie just starts with the fucking incredible oneer action scene.
Yeah,
where
I was gonna say
and it just never really lets up from there. This movie is so good. I don't have it. I would say this and Wind River are both really excellent films about sort of the same thing, which is an outsider white man who sort of is known for braving the elements, who's put into a world that is not their own. But they cover it very differently, but I feel similar by the end of both. Both have great endings. Both feature some really good supporting cast roles. I think Tom Hardy does just like begin to take over the movie with just another peculiar but masterful performance as the film's villain.
Yeah, I really like that you're like watching it and you just forget that it's Tom Hardy, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, he is undeniable, and so is his character. Here we go.
Yeah, but I also really like Will Poulter and Domhnall Gleeson. I mean, they've both been putting in some inspired performances as of late. Just great actors. Great picture all around. Great picture. That Inarritu guy knows what he's doing.
No Birdman on this list, though.
It's a scene in Birdman where Michael Keaton just like screams like a bird, and I often think of it.
I've only seen that movie once, and I feel like that's actually why I don't like it as much, is because I watched it once and was like, yeah, that was a great movie. I'm gonna stop thinking about it.
It's in that same category of lack of rewatchability, I think, because the whole thing not only has the rope one-shot gimmick, which doesn't really add or take away from the film. Like, it technically makes it a bit more impressive because you can tell that more work was spent on the staging, but like, to me, Inarritu already had showed that he could masterfully do big budget, expensive offset oneers in The Revenant. So Or maybe The Revenant came after Birdman. I don't know.
I think it came after. Wasn't Birdman 2013?
2014. I feel like it was 2014 and 2015, respectively. But
Birdman was 2014. Why is The Revenant also listed as 2015? Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen his most recent film, which is supposed to be like crazy, super pretentious movie. I forget what it's called, but it's like Birdman. It has a stupid long time. It's like Birdo the Babu who does a Bigly. Like it has a really long, silly title. I'm not kidding. I gotta look it up now just to prove I'm not.
Bardo, False Chronicle of a Handful of Truths. Holy
there
fuck.
you go. See, you see this shit. This fucking
Jesus.
I'll get to it eventually. I don't know. Inarritu has made some really great movies I love, like the one Amores Perros, The Revenant, Birdman, but 21 Grams was tough to sit through, and Babel was not quite a complete.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I would agree with that on Babel as well. I think Babel is like, yeah, I don't. We're good. Moving on.
Next, I got Rosemary's Baby.
Nice. I also have Rosemary's Baby.
It's a nice Roman Polanski picture where a woman is sexed by the devil and then births the Antichrist.
Sexed?
Yeah. I think that's a correct usage of the verb.
I was listening to Behind the Bastards, quick shout out to that podcast the other day, and they used the word threshed as opposed to the R word, which I will try to avoid using for the YouTube.
I already said it once in this video.
Try to not use. But
Rashomon's all about false narratives and fake memories.
But threshing has a nice ring to it.
But yeah, this is not the beginning of Roman Polanski's career, but the first major milestone. I would argue his first masterpiece. Problematic aspects of Polanski aside, this thing is just a great thriller about a woman played by is it Mia Farrow?
Yeah.
Who slowly begins to lose her mind as her elderly neighbors become more involved in her life after she is impregnated. Her husband, played by the ever excellent John Cassavetes, who seems both ominous and cowardly, fills that role excellently. This is a part of a trilogy of slightly connected movies by Polanski. I think it's called like the Apartment Trilogy or something like that. Yeah, I don't have too much else to add. This one is just excellent. It's haunting. There's some scary scenes in it. Mia Farrow carries the whole thing, but pretty much everything works in tandem. The darkness of the art direction, the lack of stylistic choices made by Polanski, which is pretty consistent throughout his filmography, that he makes sure to tell the story in an efficient and effective manner. He doesn't allow himself to sort of get in the way of telling a great story. The supporting cast is all great, and then obviously the chilling ending, which is also kind of silly, where it's just like, yeah, you birthed the Antichrist, thank you. A bit like Hereditary, although obviously the ending of Hereditary is a much more climactic and spooky festival than the ending of this, which is dread followed by, more dread. But so
yeah, I don't really have too much more to add. It certainly was foundational for many horror movies to come. Great writing. No scene is wasted. Yeah, it's very economical. Tight film. Tight. Next I have a movie that I doubt you have. Run, Lola, Run.
That is correct.
A Tom Tykwer movie, which I don't want to go off on him. But anyway,
you don't like Tom Tykwer?
I just
not a big Cloud Atlas fan.
That's the box I didn't want to open.
I ripped it open.
Run, Lola,
Let's talk
run.
about Cloud Atlas. Let's take an hour and a half diversion to talk about the cornucopia of. All right.
masturbatory, overly pretentious, overwrought. Look at all the color. Look how good it is. Rah, 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 rah. Too long, ridiculous. A movie that's not too long and has excellent color is Run Lola Run, which from the opening sequence, yes, it does.
There's
Don't
no cloud app.
shut the hell up. Run Lola Run is a tight script. Speaking of tight scripts, it doesn't get too far into pretension. I would say it's a really solid performance from Franca Potente, and I just really like the experimentation of this movie. I think it's thrilling. It's somewhat action packed, and it unspools quite nicely. Yeah, some
Only
really
seen it
excellent.
once, and it was a long time ago.
Some
So I
really
don't
excellent
remember well.
shots. The coloration of the movie is great. It came out in 1998, so I think that's a continual thing that we will be talking about. We've made reference to that. Excuse me. That like the turn of the century has this certain quality to it that's kind of like grungy, and I think that plays really nicely with the artistic choice of having Lola's hair be like this very like bright, stark red that really sticks out with the sort of like green film quality of the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the same way that the 1970s American auteur-driven cinema has one very distinctive visual style. I think the best examples of these films from the 80s and into the 90s, they all share a very similar visual style that I think peaked around this time period, the late 90s. I think that may still be like the highest grossing German movie of all time.
Oh shit.
I could be wrong about that.
Had no idea. Also, another shout out. There's another movie I think that he did as well, but
And he's directed some great films.
Princess and the Warrior, starring Franca Potente as well. It's not on my list, but it's just a movie that I would have never watched had it not been for my friend Anthony Halm, who shared that with me. So, great choice in movies. Actually, funny enough, we watched Run Lola Run, Princess and the Warrior, and then Cloud Atlas, I think, like back to back to back. So we were just like exploring this guy's filmography. But
did you watch Perfume, the story of a murderer?
No.
Oh, gotta check that one out. That's a good one.
Okay.
Alan Rickman, Ben Whishaw of Cloud Atlas fame.
What's it called? Something Perfume?
Perfume.
Oh, just Perfume.
The story of a murderer.
Pretentious title.
Shut your mouth.
Wait, is this actually a good movie?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
Yeah. Ben Whishaw plays this guy who has like Hannibal Lecter levels of olfactory sense. So his sense of smell is like incredible. And he's like an apprentice for a perfumer, and he realizes that the ultimate scent for perfume, which creates like literal love potions, is human blood.
Perfect. That as soon as you started down that road, that's what I thought you were gonna say.
Oh yeah, it's based off of a crazy book. I mean, it's Alan Rickman. It's reminiscent of like Sweeney Todd, just because Alan Rickman's also in that, and the setting is like time period's sort of similar. But anyway, speaking of, Schindler's List is my next one.
Oh wow.
Sorry, I didn't have a good there's no good segue to Schindler's List.
I don't have it.
Schindler's List. 1993 Holocaust drama about Oskar Schindler, a man who goes from being a run-of-the-mill exploitative German industrialist to the savior of many an imprisoned Jew from concentration camps, as he battles against the evil Rafe Fiennes. Plays some kind of Nazi commandant. For the most part, this is Steven Spielberg's most self-serious film. It is able to take the subject matter as seriously as it needs to get the point across, while still using many of the conventions that have made him the most successful and one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. Yeah, I don't really know where to begin or end with this. I mean, it's just a masterwork of a period piece of being able to examine one of the worst mass extermination events in human history, with wonderful performances by everyone involved, and just one of the most emotionally impactful endings ever that helps to relate it back to the event and the real life person that the film is based on. Because if you can get through this gargantuan 3-hour movie and then the final 5 minutes without, feeling some type of way, then might be a Nazi.
Yeah, you need to build some empathy somehow.
To quote the late great David Lynch, "Fix your hearts or die."
It's a good one. The reason I don't have it on my list is not because I am heartless. To be clear, just got to say that.
No, you don't have to like the movie to not be.
No, I know. No, I know. I actually think it didn't make it on my list because I watched it when I had a concussion. We watched it in school, actually, and I think I missed one day of it. But yeah, it's devastating. I definitely did watch it on my own, but it's an incredible movie. It's really, really powerful. Going in a completely different direction. I don't have any good segue. I don't think there is.
Schindler's Fist, starring Nick Cage.
Yeah, I don't. Is that from that YouTube video?
Yeah.
No, Nick, you play a guy who's the next movie I have is a David Cronenberg movie called Scanners from 1981. This movie just completely blew me away when I watched it, and the ending that it like built up to, like the payoff and like what I wanted it to do, it did that and so much more. So like for that reason and many others alone, that's why it's on my list. I love, we're starting to really get into some like experimental sort of movies. Like I just mentioned Run Lola Run, and Scanners is experimental as well. It's kind of like speculative, but like I don't know, there's just something about these like speculative sort of like experimental movies that I just like really identify with a lot. Just the ambitiousness, and I think that's something that myself as a creative really I'm striving for, instead of just writing something that has been done 1,000 times before, like really trying to do something new, not because of prestige or like recognition, but like just for the pure art, like just making something that people enjoy for it doing something new. And I think that this movie does in a lot of ways. I also think it's rather impressive that the movie is done with not a lot of I don't want to say competent actors, but professional, I guess you could say, actors, or well-known actors, maybe is a better word. Not a perfect movie by any stretch, but I still love it nonetheless.
But you're saying it's great despite not being filled with like A-list actors?
Yeah, like I think it still works really well. Like it doesn't, it like the fact that it doesn't have these incredible actors never detracts from it enough where you wouldn't get enjoyment out of it. Like it never takes me out of the movie enough where I'm like, all right, I don't want to watch anymore. I've also only seen it once, so I'm sure if I saw it like 6 times, there might be some diminishing returns. But
I have one more Cronenberg movie on my list, not Scanners. But yeah, those great Canadian productions are things to marvel at, with Cronenberg's ability to work with, as you highlighted, less famous actors who are nonetheless still quite capable of delivering the lines that he's written. And I think to Cronenberg's credit, he is as distinctive a director without an over-reliance on a specific visual style as he is a very crafty writer of a type of speculative horror fiction. Mm-hmm. Speculative horror, science fiction, horror fiction.
I'm so glad that you had Naked Lunch, which I just completely, it just like flew the coop out of my head. I'm glad that you had that one.
couldn't help it.
No, but yeah, Cronenberg. I am very much looking forward to seeing more of his stuff.
Yeah, I just watched one of his most recent movies, Crimes of the Future. Not a remake of his
with
original.
David.
Yeah. But yeah,
What-
Scanners is great. I think it highlights everything you just talked about.
What have you got next?
The Seven Samurai.
Gotcha. I also have it.
Another Akira Kurosawa film. This one, easily his most famous, or at least his most renowned of his work in the 50s. This is like the OG action movie, the closest thing you could probably pinpoint, the furthest back in time to what an action movie is today comes from this. And aside from being historically significant, it is just a great story. It's a long epic. I want to say it's close to 3 hours long, but it earns its runtime as a group of Ronin, samurais without masters, team up to defend a village full of poor people who are being attacked by robbers. It's a classic story, sort of in film history, it's been done to death now, the team up where a group of skilled people must defend the poor. Somewhere in there's some allusion to Robin Hood, but this has the distinct Japanese, not only house style of Kurosawa himself, but cultural values of Kurosawa himself, which are not present in American remakes like The Magnificent Seven, which I think, to their own detriment, don't allow you to empathize with the way in which the people that they're defending must live. But I don't really want to criticize The Magnificent Seven as much as I want to prop up The Seven Samurai, which again features a great standout performance by Toshiro Mifune. A number of other Kurosawa regulars are all in the film, particularly the protagonist, whose name escapes me. But yeah, it's a great action movie. The last hour of it is basically just people with swords fighting on horses in the rain. It's just glorious action schlock, filmed near flawlessly by Kurosawa's demanding eye.
His use of movement and principles of movement, but also having a distinct beginning, middle, and end to each scene is it really shines through in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of very fundamental principles for filmmaking, and he essentially just stacked them all on top of each other every time he made a movie. And that style has since been replicated to great effect in Japanese cinema, less successfully in America, which is why there are a lot of ripoffs, remakes, different versions of his stories and films in American cinema, and they don't work because they never fundamentally understand the technicality of the craft that he never really necessarily thought of purely as art until he had sort of mastered as a craft.
Yeah. I have a movie next that I'm surprised you don't have, which is Seven.
I do not have Seven. Seven and
it's seven
and
it's to those listening, it's
stylization
spelled SE, the number 7 EN. Yeah, this movie is a noir detective movie that incorporates in a nice twist. Yeah, it does that super well. The editing is really solid. There's some great performances from Morgan Freeman, Brad Pitt, a wild Spacey. Yeah, that Goop actress also does some good stuff in it as well. But she sells goop for a living. So yeah, she's a big gooper.
Hemingway once wrote, "The world is a fine place and worth fighting for." I agree with the second part. Cut to black.
Pretty devastating end to a movie.
Yeah, I mean, I do love Seven because it is just mean-spirited for the sake of being so. There's no redemption in this. Just a detective story, a mystery with, no satisfying conclusion. I mean, I suppose it's satisfying to some degree, but yeah, it is really well made. It has everything about Fincher that makes a great movie. Keen attention to detail, that same griminess that you described to Lola Run, Lola Run. I think, is in this, which came a few years before. Great elements of horror that I think had really never been done particularly well in like a neo-noir mystery that I think are done in this in a way that has not been well replicated before or since.
The Batman loosely tried certain elements of it. I am vengeance. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I think that version of Batman is probably the closest a big budget action movie can ever come to replicating something as specific and violent as Seven. But yeah, it does. It owes a lot of debt to the skilled craftsmanship of Seven, no doubt.
Not really a movie for the faint of heart. It's never like, most of it is showing like the aftermath of bad things, but like the concept alone is it can be a bit much for people. But I digress, or you digress. What is next?
The Seventh Seal, another seven.
We can't get away from this number. That's triple sevens. What did I win? 3 sevens. 7 Samurai, 7, and the Seventh Seal. What do I get?
Probably.
Depression. What?
Well, from these 7 movies, or rather, I mean, 7 is easily the most depressing. The 7 Samurai doesn't exactly have it.
Seventh Seal is not depressing, though.
The movie about a knight who returns from the Crusades having entirely lost his faith in mankind, who then must play death in a chess match, which he loses.
That's a redemption story.
He can't outrun death. That's the moral of the film. God will not speak to you, but death will, and then he'll take you. But at least the baby got away.
In the words of Frank Sinatra, that's life.
I prefer the Wildflower song, Frankie Sinatra, featuring Danny Brown. Anyway, this is another Ingmar Bergman film with pretty much all the same actors from Persona, since there are not very many. Bibi Andersson, Livy Ullmann, and then his...
Sorry, go ahead.
It also features his other primary, his main man, Max von Sydow, and the man who plays Max von Sydow's squire, whose name I often forget, who is also a regular in many of Bergman's films. Oh, what's his name? Gunnar Bjornstrand.
Just being racist towards our own ancestors.
What do you mean that's
Gunnar
his name?
Bjornstrand.
Gunnar Bjornstrand. He's a great Swedish actor. But yeah, this is a classic movie. If you haven't seen it, you've probably seen either references to it or clips from it, where Max von Sydow, who went on to become a very famous actor in Hollywood, plays a knight who loses his faith, has to play death in chess. Lots of great philosophical conversations, spiritual conversations about the nature of faith, which is Ingmar Bergman's primary fascination, typically about people who lose their faith, they have their faith challenged, or they seem to not fundamentally understand their own identity in the seemingly godless world that they live in. But like you highlighted, it does have some hope at the end. A lot of very unforgettable imagery in this one as well. At some point, we'll do an episode on Ingmar Bergman. He was a rather prolific and long-working director, so there's a lot to get through, which I think is the primary reason we haven't actually done an episode on him already.
Yeah, we're really trying to see all of director. I mean, what's the point in doing an episode on them if we haven't seen everything? I don't have too much more just to add about that. That's why I have it on mine. Excellent performances. Next, Gunnar? Yes, Gunnar Bjornstrand has some good performances.
All right, what do you got?
Sexy Beast, 2000 movie by Jonathan Glazer. Kind of similar to Scanners, actually. I really like the ambitious aspects in this movie. There's something, this might be just like a continual motif of mine that I really like in movies, but like when the movie is very straightforward, or it makes reference to some like dreamlike situation, and then that comes crashing down on you in some way in a part of the movie, that just seems important to the movies that I like. And this movie also does that.
This is like the film negative of the Red Circle.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Where the Red Circle is a slow burn that eventually comes face to face with a 30-minute slow burn heist scene. This is the exact opposite. It's just like a classic hangout movie, which is interrupted by a very menacing Ben Kingsley, and then just like has a really short heist at the end.
Yeah, Ben Kingsley like comes in and talks for like 20 minutes, and you're like, what the fuck? I thought I was gonna watch like a cool movie. I thought we were gonna hang out and like get a couple beers going, like, you know, watch these guys perform this heist, and then gets untethered and falls down the mountain, as it were. Yeah.
It was between, for me, the Cook, the Thief, His Wife, Her Lover, and this for me. Because Michael Gambon's performance in that is very similar to Ben Kingsley's performance in this. And while this has all the weird, like, dreamlike shit with the weird devil and Ray Winston's dreams, instead that movie has all of the, like, Baroque lush colorations. But both do have, like, the surprise amount of perturbing violence, or disturbing violence rather.
In the IMDb summary, it's got the schlock phrasing. Brutal gangster Don Logan recruits retired safecracker gal for one last job, but it goes badly for both of them. Perfect. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. Only an hour and a half. Wow.
Is it? I don't even know where that's available. For a long time, I just couldn't find that movie to stream.
You can rent it on Amazon, but
Did we get sponsored by Amazon?
No, Daddy. Bezos.
Don't use Amazon then. If they won't give us their money, fuck them.
Tubi or nothing, or whatever. We don't have anything against Tubi, but
Freebo. What's it called? Freebie.
Freebo.
Freebo is a 1-episode villain in Dexter.
Jesus. All right.
Sorry,
what's next?
Really spinning on the drain here. Next one I have is Shadows of Forgotten Ancestors.
Okay. Is this that Russian one?
Actually, it's Ukrainian. So
my bad.
Really, really racist of you. Pretty hateful stuff.
My mistake.
Yeah, not good.
I have a teacher at our school that I just recently recommended our podcast, so we'll see if she stops listening now. She is Ukrainian.
Oh, okay. This is written and directed
Shout
by
out Miss T. I apologize.
A fellow by the name of Sergei Parajanov, who is technically not even Ukrainian. He described himself as an even more specifically ethnic individual, which is part of the complication of all of the western part of what is considered Russia and Ukraine, is that there are dozens, if not hundreds, of very distinctive ethnic groups, but that is a discussion for another time, even though this film is very much about that very thing. It's a fantastical mythological tale about a sort of Romeo and Juliet situation between two tribes of people set in, I want to say, like 1100 AD. It's a very distinctive visual style, shot on location in the Ukrainian mountains. It's a beautiful film. It's a very sort of sad film. Sergei Parajanov has made some other really excellent like visual masterpieces, most of which I believe are free to view on YouTube. So I would definitely check them out. I don't have any more to say. It's just a very unique movie. You won't really see any other thing like it. Just like great Ukrainian folklore.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this. It's a movie that is definitely on my list, but I feel like I don't know, this might sound bad, but I feel like I kind of have to be in the right mindset to watch it, just because it is a different kind of movie. This movie is way different. Shaun of the Dead I have next.
This one. I don't have this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You had Hot Fuzz, right? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense then. It's kind of a pick your poison. Yeah, this is part of the what's that ice cream? Cornetto?
Yeah, the 3 flavors Cornetto trilogy.
That's just such a fun expression, like fun language use there. Cornetto trilogy, just imagining like the movies as three flavors of ice cream. It's so much fun.
I mean, they are, to Aguirre's credit, it's three distinct flavors of cinema, which are basically about as good as ice cream.
Yeah. Some
Creamy,
part of me
sweet.
likes the zombie suit of this more than the kind of like underground group in Hot Fuzz. I don't know why. But yeah, I just like that dress up more. I think Hot Fuzz is a better edited movie though, like from an editing perspective. I like the edits in that more, but I like the hilarity in this one more. I would say.
Okay.
I like really messed my neck up yesterday.
Yeah, I mean the Cornetto trilogy, all three they're all centered in the seriousness of the relationship typically between Simon Pegg and Nick Wright, and that comedic buddy comedy is the thing at the heart. But for Shaun of the Dead, it's buddy comedy where he needs to give up being friends with Nick Frost to get with his lady friend, and then it's Dawn of the Dead over the top versus Hot Fuzz, which is the Wicker Man, but also sprinkles of Scream.
Yeah, exactly.
And just multiple allusions to Point Break.
Point Blank or Break?
Point Break.
Oh.
Far inferior Catherine Bigelow film. Far inferior. No Lee Marvin in Point Break.
What have you got next?
Shawshank Redemption.
Same.
So just a good old American, I assume it's considered a classic, I don't know. Just a good prison escape movie about redemption, perseverance, the ever memeable Morgan Freeman talking over every scene.
Red.
Yeah, as Red. What's Andy Dufresne's actor's name? Tim Robbins. Tim Robbins is Andy Dufresne. Yeah, this is just one
Andy
of those,
Dufresne is Tim Robbins in Shawshank. I apologize.
No, it's the other way around.
No, I know. That's why I said it that way.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I have very little to say about the Shawshank Redemption. It's just like a standard drama that does everything right. I wouldn't even necessarily say it's paint by the numbers. It's certainly not in any way pushing the form forward. It's just a great drama about a couple of guys in prison who are not gay, who are good friends.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a kids movie. Definitely not. It's great. It's a really, really good movie.
With several murders, as a notable suicide. This is not a
No. I do think it is a foil in some ways of Forrest Gump. Like they came out around the same time, and they show like Forrest Gump shows life on the outside of prison, and this shows life on the inside of prison. And they're kind of showing very similar themes in a lot of ways. But I think that this movie just takes the cake.
And they came out at the same time. I don't know if I agree that they're very similar. Forrest Gump is
thematically.
Like, what thematic elements do they share in common?
Despite your circumstance, making the most of it and fighting that fight. Like Forrest Gump is not fighting for redemption, but he's trying to make the most of his life in him being confused. The Shawshank Redemption is obviously him trying to receive redemption and gain freedom as well as not bowing to the man and the system.
It's just like a more glitzed, heightened Hollywood version of A Man Escaped, whereas Forrest Gump is just a grotesque Frankenstein's monster of American tropes and recolored American history in the Zemeckis schmaltz style.
I'm just shitting on Forrest Gump because if that's your favorite movie, or if you like that more than Shawshank Redemption, I just think maybe you should grow up.
You're allowed to like Forrest Gump. I just think it's worth, like, it's not that I want to belittle someone that enjoys Forrest Gump. It's more so pointing out the ways in which Forrest Gump uses cheap tricks of filmmaking to elucidate deep emotions without actually doing any of the work necessary to create them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Whereas I think that the deep emotions that you feel in the Shawshank Redemption come from the source material of Stephen King. And it's just like where Forrest Gump is like, oh, isn't that nice? The Shawshank Redemption shows you like sort of the brutal reality of life that you have to kind of accept and work through. So it's showing like the stuff that you have to actually work through, and that's where you have to do the legwork. Whereas Forrest Gump is just like, life is like a box of chocolates. Sometimes it's whatever you get.
I mean, Forrest Gump is ultimately a heartwarming but meaningless story of how a mentally deficient man is actually just the Ubermensch Superman who can do anything that he sets his body to.
Ubermensch.
Correct. Whereas The Shawshank Redemption is a mostly meaningless story about a man who makes a strong friendship in prison, and despite most likely being innocent, is able to use his brains and guile to escape from said prison.
Yeah.
But it at least works towards that moment of freedom where he raises his arms, which is the Hollywood version of, as I'll mention again, the Bresson Man Escaped film, which has a similar attempt, except the difference is Robert Bresson is a minimalist filmmaker who creates emotion by taking away, whereas Frank Darabont is like a pretty classical American Hollywood director who just gives you everything that you want, and then it climaxes with the strike me down, oh mighty smiter, as opposed to a fucking Forrest Gump, which is just, that's every single scene of the movie. And then I saved everyone in Vietnam, and then I was the greatest ping pong player of all time, and then I was the greatest fisherman of all time, and then and that's just every single scene. And then I infiltrated I stopped Watergate from happening, and also I stopped 9/11 from happening, and also oh wait, that was the sequel they never made because 9/11, Forrest Gump died in 9/11. All right, I'm ready to move on. I can't. Getting stuck on Forrest Gump here.
I apologize for bringing up Forrest Gump.
You know, the best reference to Forrest Gump is in I'm Thinking of Ending Things, when there's that one random aside and the movie in the movie cuts to directed by Robert Zemeckis, and Charlie Kaufman is just going like this, like, fuck you, Robert Zemeckis, fuck you.
Yeah, that's
because you can tell he watched, Forrest Gump came on while he was watching TV, and he just, fuck you, Robert Zemeckis.
He broke his TV and had to buy another one.
We'll do an episode on Robert Zemeckis soon enough, because the career decline of Robert Zemeckis from his humble beginnings in the 70s to what he is now, which is a strange man who can't even understand, like,
we gotta get out of here.
On Robert
we gotta get out of here. So did you do Shawshank or did I?
I did Shawshank, yeah.
All right. I have The Shining.
Yeah, same.
Another Stephen King, back-to-back Stephen Kings here. The Shining.
Technically, yeah, Stephen King wrote a short story about the Shawshank Redemption. Technically.
What?
Technically.
You're not giving him credit for that? That's his source material. The Shining. A Jack Nicholson. Incredible movie that
Have you read the Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank?
The Shining is a horror movie from 1980 that Stephen King famously is not a fan of. No, I haven't read it. I don't think I've read any Stephen King.
Really?
Yeah.
Not a one, you say.
I don't think I've read not a word of Stephen King. Not a finger. I have his book on writing, like right next to me.
Easily his worst book.
Haven't read it.
Easily his worst book, because it isn't even a book.
Just good. I haven't even read it.
This shit just covering it up. So I'm there. He's there. He's gone. He's there. Right. He's gone.
Yeah, The Shining is an incredible masterpiece of filmmaking by Stanley Kubrick. We already covered Stanley Kubrick. But the images in this movie are everlasting, and the way that the hotel is a character in the movie itself is just spectacular. Yeah, I don't really want go off on The Shining because we've discussed The Shining already. What have you got next?
Next, I have Sicario.
Oh shit, I do too. Thought I was gonna get you with that one.
Yep.
Well, I didn't know
What do you mean, get me?
that you wouldn't have it.
No, I love Sicario. I just watched this a couple weeks ago. Great picture written by the now extremely popular Taylor Sheridan, directed by Denis Villeneuve. We talked about this some on our episode about Villeneuve, where we went into a little more detail about it. Just a interesting, pretty objective piece of filmmaking about the border war and the role of the CIA in fighting against drug cartels. It's about darkness, about primarily Benicio del Toro's character, who is kind of a side character until he's not. Great piece of action, crime filmmaking. I think it's very similar quality level to Prisoners, but the scope is bigger, which I think is the only reason I like it more, because the brooding atmosphere with the scope feels a lot more impressive. Something more, I don't know, cinematic about it than Prisoners, which is like, a near flawless movie. But this one is just more bombastic. I don't know, maybe it's just that scene on the bridge or the climax and final 30 minutes of the film. Just great stuff.
Yeah, I love this movie. Every time I sit down to watch it just brings me genuine joy. It does. Like I don't know.
Opening scene where they find 50 bodies.
I may or may not have been imagining that scene when I said genuine joy. It's
where he shoots the kids.
I wasn't thinking of that scene, all right? That scene didn't cross my mind.
A haunting ending where they're playing football and there's gunshots in the background.
To quote Frank Sinatra, "That's life." No, it's a really, really powerful movie that, like, I don't know, like, the more, this might sound terrible, the more that I teach, the more this movie resonates with me, of like just operating within nonsensical systems and having to both fight the system as well as fight for like what is right for, in my case, my students, because that's literally who, like, that's what my job is. My job is to, prepare students for life and prepare students for reading and writing. But this movie resonates with me because I identify with that struggle against the system, but also working inside of the system. That said, the other day, I don't remember what I was looking up. I was looking up something on my phone on YouTube, and Sicario. Oh, I was looking up a Sicario video that used the music, but it was a video that said like Kate from Sicario is actually the bad guy or something, and I did not click on it, but it just looked like clickbait. But yeah, this movie is excellent.
I think I saw a similar video, which, yeah, just gibberish.
Yeah, but it has some like nice twists and turns to it. It's you find yourself rooting for different characters, and then constantly kind of like taking a step back and thinking about, wait, is this shit actually happening? And you're like, oh yeah, it is. This is literally US-Mexico relations just playing out over and over and over again, just with using different pawns.
Well, the film is very careful in a way that I think any truly masterclass filmmaker is able to view a situation or a series of situations objectively. Same way that, a lot of these great filmmakers that we both have on our lists are able to make something about very serious and dark subject matter and not make a moralistic judgment about it. Because Villeneuve does the same thing with Prisoners. Obviously, there's some, clear villainous intent with characters within both narratives, but by and large, it doesn't really attempt to say whether or not what the characters, and most specifically the Sicario, does is good or bad. It more so builds the world around it as realistically as it can within the confines of, a real place, but fictional people, which I think also is Sheridan's strength as a writer in, Hell or High Water, which was on your list, and Wind River, which I guess we'll find out if either of us has.
Was that you or was that me?
That was me. I mean, I know you're gonna have the next two on my list as well. I just know it.
How did I exit out of this? Whoa, so that one was you? Sorry, I wasn't listening. Silence of the Lambs. Silence of the Lambs is next. Yeah, an amazing horror movie that has source material. It has a number of like spin-offs or continuations from it as well.
I mean, this wasn't even the first. I mean, this is not the first book written by Harris, I believe. I forget if his name's Thomas Harris.
Right, it's the second one, right?
Yes. The Red Dragon is, I believe, the first novel in the series.
Okay.
But there's, the movie this is the only movie version of The Silence of the Lambs. But yeah, the larger Harris cinematic TV universe, there's numerous movie versions of each, except for this one. Because obviously you're never going to make this story better than it was already made.
Yeah, don't touch it. Some amazing performances in this movie by obviously Anthony Hopkins. Jodie Foster is excellent in this one. Ted Levine as well. He's pretty solid. Scott Glenn.
Buffalo Bill.
Yeah, Buffalo Bill.
The way Anthony Hopkins says his name, I mean, every line he delivers is top notch.
Jesus, get wrecked. On Google, Lawrence A. Bonney is listed as an FBI instructor, and then his picture is just Anthony Hopkins in the movie. Yeah, there's some great quotes in this movie. I'm having a guest for dinner.
An old friend.
An old friend for dinner, that's right. It puts the lotion on the skin or it gets the hose again. Another good one, which every time I say that alarms my wife for good reason. It's just a funny line. What else? I don't really have to, this movie has been talked to death for its editing as well. It's perfectly crafted as far as editing.
Yeah, I mean,
really incredibly wild scenes too.
I think what makes it most memorable is the way in which it is able to adhere to the borderline formulaic nature of the police procedural while transcending it with its not only excessively dark subject matter, highly memorable villain, turned pseudo anti-hero turned into the primary antagonist, and also the straight up antagonist Buffalo Bill. But there's something about the autopsy scenes that is deeply disturbing. Pretty much every set piece of actual detective work is very memorable. And then obviously the climactic showdown between Jodie Foster's Clarice Darling and Buffalo Bill. Pure cinema. And obviously Anthony Hopkins' escape, which leads into the sequel, Hannibal.
Yeah, it is kind of a triptych in a way, because you're introduced to Jodie Foster, who is interviewing Hannibal, and then you have Buffalo Bill as well. So you've got this.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. Tried to mute myself. Oops, I muted myself. What do you have next?
Next, I have shout out to the show Hannibal, which is an excellent adaptation of all of the
deeply
material,
unsettling.
But it's a prequel to The Red Dragon. So The Red Dragon chronologically is the first book written by Thomas Harris. So Hannibal the show takes place before The Red Dragon and ends in the third season with The Red Dragon.
Deeply
also shout
unsettling.
out to Michael Mann's adaptation of The Red Dragon, which is an 80s movie called Manhunter.
I can't wait to watch that.
Brian Cox as Hannibal Lecter.
I can't wait to watch that.
Yeah, good shit. William Peterson before his career imploded.
Oh, okay.
Was in fucking CSI for 15 years. All right, my next movie is. Damn it! I keep losing my video. The Sixth Sense.
I do not have this.
I know you have the next one on my list, but I somehow glossed over The Sixth Sense. Written and directed by M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh,
Did you not like that pronunciation? Shyamalan?
it's better than racist ones I've heard.
At some point, we will do a deep dive on Shyamalan. If I can convince Reese to watch his, shall we say, less serious films.
What's that one on the beach? Life?
Old is great.
Knock at the door? Or
Well
Cabin?
before
Knock at the
Shyamalan
Cab-
became one of the greatest B-movie directors of
Avatar?
all time, he made The Sixth Sense, which is a very nice kids movie about a little boy who sees ghosts,
The Happening.
and Bruce Willis, who is a child psychologist, attempting to help him get through his ghost-seeing ways. It is not Shyamalan's first movie. It is his first very successful movie.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. It has the dueling narratives of the little boy who sees ghosts and his difficulty because of this supernatural ability to keep his relationship with his mom, played by Toni Collette in a great performance, versus the Bruce Willis plotline with a Demi Moore type as his wife, who is very cold and distant to him and his child psychology ways.
A Demi Moore type. What? Can you explain that?
So, do you know who Demi Moore is?
Uh-huh.
Well, The Sixth Sense has Olivia Williams, who in the film looks a bit like Demi Moore and seemed to be a Demi Moore
Knockoff
type.
Demi Moore?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not very familiar with Olivia Williams' work, primarily because she has spent most of her career doing pseudo-Shakespearean / what's that trio of sisters? Bronte sisters type, like Elizabethan era stage play type things, but on the big screen. So I think she's done numerous versions of like Emma and
But
probably
she's in Dune Prophecy.
Right. Maybe Doom Prophecy's good. I don't know.
It could be. But yeah.
But anyway, The Sixth Sense is a tight movie. Everything in it works. The screenplay's great. Shyamalan's direction never gets in the way of the story he's telling. It's a nice understated performance from Bruce Willis and an absolute scene-stealing performance by little boy Joel Osment.
Yeah, he does super well in this movie.
I See Dead People. Great shit.
I was about to say that, but figured I would leave you to it since it's one of your favorites.
Sometimes they don't even know they're dead. Bum bum. In newer Shyamalan movies, that's how that line would have been. When the twist ending happens, there would have been a bum bum.
Yeah, I think this movie was a kind of built up for me too much. Like the hype was way too much before I watched it. But there's some really memorable scenes of tensions and suspense that are awesome to watch. It didn't help that the movie was also ruined for me, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean it was a notorious twist ending that's really easy to spoil.
Yeah.
Also, if you just listen to the words we said, we spoiled the movie. It's pretty easy to piece together. But what do you got?
My next one is Singing in the Rain. Is that a surprise?
I don't have this one. No Stanley Donen and what's the lead actor? He also directed it.
Is this
Gene Kelly?
Is this the only musical? We'll see. We'll see if this is the only musical.
Another musical, you say? Possibly on here.
We'll see if this is the only musical.
Singing in the Rain, Sound of Music. Did that creep on your list there? Anyway, what do you like about Singing in the Rain?
I actually love the music and I love the performances. Aside from that, I think that the movement, like choreography, Jesus, that's the word I was looking for. I think the choreography works really well. The story is accentuated by the choreography, and it never feels like I don't want to go on a tangent about musicals, but my problem with musicals is that the dancing and singing and carrying on, as it were, typically interrupts the movie itself. And I think that actually adds to what this movie is trying to do. It's like inextricably linked, the dancing and singing. And I mean, it's singing in the rain. Like that's like one of the big points of the movie. And it's just really pure. There's something that's very pure about the movie. And I just love that purity, and love, and sort of not really innocence, but yeah, that purity aspect I think is really, really solid.
I mean, it's definitely the culmination of not only the work of Gene Kelly and Stanley Donen up until that point, because the 50s was well after the golden age of musical films in Hollywood. Some could probably argue it was the peak. For me, it was probably 10 to 15 years after the golden age. But I still think this is the culmination of it, both meta-narratively and execution-wise, primarily because of the written work and the strong directorial combination of the two of them, who I'm pretty sure shortly after this film became bitter enemies.
Didn't know that.
But yeah, I don't have this on my list. I unfortunately don't have any musicals on my list, but
just a bad person.
Well, so my thing with musicals is similar to what you just highlighted. I think there was a period of time where there were many great ones, which were fine movies and better musicals, where the theatricality of it did take away from the cinematic quality. And so the fact that it was, a movie and not a stage play or a stage musical took away from the aspect of using film as a form to create something artful, and instead, there was something very perfunctory about just we have to get it right as a musical. Just wasted all of the time of what you could do storytelling.
I agree. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Text rap.
All right, back at it. What have you got next?
Oh, soiled it. There we go. Sorry, I was playing around. Snatch. Guy Ritchie's Snatch.
Oh, not the smut film? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Every time I recommend this movie to someone, they're like, what? Is that a smut film? I'm like, no, it's a movie. It's just a regular movie.
Great British gangster film about fellas trying to get a diamond and have a good time.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with that. Relax.
Yeah, this is we've both watched this together numerous times, often late at night, often under the influence of alcohol. It's just a great old time. It's that, very funny.
You can say that. You were. I cannot confirm nor deny.
Right, as a public servant, Reese would never touch the legally available substance of alcohol. Not once. I, on the other hand, a lecherous and debaucherous accountant, have no such
quandaries.
No.
Admitting publicly.
Correctamundo.
No, my educational lawyer tells me that I need to be a little careful around that. Anyway, Snatch.
No, my publicist told me that I should embellish my tales of courageous drinking as something to be highlighted and cherished. I don't know why. Actually, there's not. Yeah, we don't have a lot of films on here about he was a lonely alcoholic. He was sad and he drank. It's probably a good thing. Anyway,
those aren't. Yeah, those don't really resonate with me. But
in general, I would argue that drinking while watching a movie will take away from it, because your ability to not only analyze what great film is doing is going to be severely diminished, but it warps your sense and perspective of time, which is the primary resource of a film.
It warps my emotion as well, which is one of the key reasons why I watch a movie, is because I want to be reminded of an emotion, or I want to use my emotions for something else. So
yeah, that's a good point. It does. If I am drinking and watching movies, I'm going to be wanting to watch action movies or comedies or adventure movies, because it highlights them. It makes you, you're rooting for what they're doing. Anyway, Snatch, very funny movie. Excellent screenplay by Guy Ritchie. Definitely, I think, his finest work. There is some sort of awkward rigidity to his writing style that occasionally comes through that I don't think he's ever quite smoothed out. The Gentleman may have smoothed it out, but there's something about the total shape of the story in Snatch that I like better than something like The Gentleman, which is a little more strangely narratively driven. But this features a excellent ensemble cast of mostly now famous actors. I mean, this was before Jason Statham was like a absolute A-lister, and Guy Ritchie I think is credited with making him that way. But yeah, so many of these other guys in it have gone on to become very famous or have some very significant roles. What's the other guy? Like the other like boxing promoter. What's his name?
Bricktop?
No, Jason Statham's friend in the film. The actor's name.
Oh, the short guy?
Yeah.
The guy that's Jimmy Hoffa?
The guy who basically has Jimmy Hoffa killed in The Irishman also plays Al Capone in Boardwalk
Stephen
Empire.
Graham?
Yeah, Stephen Graham. He's gone on to do great things.
Doesn't he play Jimmy Hoffa?
No, he's the guy who hates Jimmy Hoffa in The Irishman. He's Al Capone in Boardwalk Empire.
Yeah.
But anyway.
No, I know who he is. I just couldn't remember who he was in Irishman.
Yeah, he's angry. He calls him a bunch of slurs.
If you watched him in Snatch, you'd just be like, who's this schlub? Like,
right, because he's like the idiot straight man in Snatch. He's like the only one not completely and utterly hamming it up, whereas everyone else is just having a gay old time hamming it up.
Gay old time. It's true.
Brad Pitt, transcendent in this as a some kind of roaming gypsy Irishman.
couldn't pull off the British accent, so either he or Guy Ritchie decided he would be a gypsy so he could just speak gibberish into the mic and no one could understand him. I like dogs.
Dogs. Yeah, I like dogs. Yeah, I like dogs.
I think about this movie way too much, and if I think about a movie like very often, then it's on my favorites because it resonates in some way. It's just a good, punchy, hilarious, gay old time, like you said.
Yeah, it's dark. There's some violence in it, but overall, it's meant to just be an exuberant, positive energy.
The scenes of one quick thing I do want to highlight about this, the scenes of music are really, really awesome, like sort of music videos of montages. There's one of Oasis. I think the song is Fucking in the Bushes, actually. That's the scene where the dog and the dogs are chasing the rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. There's Massive Attack at the emotional climax.
Yeah. Perfect interstitching there.
Who would have thought that a guy who married Madonna and helped direct a number of her music videos would be a great filmmaker, able to just seamlessly thread that music in. They
thankfully divorced, so he got out of that one.
Well, thankfully for him, he's on the list of like richest people in terms of money that they got out of a marriage. It's really, there's this great list on Wikipedia where it's like highest paid settlements from divorces. He's the only guy. Everyone else was, a woman married to some stupid fucking billionaire or celebrity. And then there's just Guy Ritchie who's like, yeah, I made $60 million or whatever it was.
And then I made Aladdin. Will Smith's Aladdin.
Hey, he too must suffer from the Hollywood one for me, one for you.
Oh my lord.
We wouldn't have had Gentlemen. We wouldn't get The Gentleman if you didn't make Aladdin. It's just how it goes. Or maybe it was The Day of Wrath, that shitty one with Jason Statham.
Right. We gotta hang on to what we get. Speaking of gay old time, next up I have Some Like It Hot. Not specifically a gay movie.
Kind of
clear, but there is cross-dressing in it. Just wanted to be clear there.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, God, I love that line.
One of the all-time great movie endings.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big gay time, just as
I'm a
far as like
man. Yes.
as far as it being just hilarious and fun, like gay meaning fun. That word has really lost meaning in that regard. It hasn't lost meaning, it's lost meaning in that regard. But it's such a fun movie. It's hilarious. I actually don't remember the actors in that one. I know they're just super famous.
Jack Lemmon and
It's not Gene Kelly, but
I was gonna say Drew Barrymore maybe is the other one. That might be
Drew
incorrect.
Barrymore. No, Tony Curtis. Christ.
Oh yeah.
Drew Barrymore is a woman actor in the not in that time period.
Yeah.
Marilyn Monroe is who I was gonna say. She's the only actor slash actress I remember from this movie, but it's just so funny. Like every scene is hilarious. There's just so much hijinks. The dramatic irony is very choice all the way up till the end, and the payoff is excellent. So
Yeah, great
you
stuff
haven't
from
seen
Billy
it.
Wilder. Great stuff from Marilyn Monroe and the two leads.
What's the like contrivance? Like what's the MacGuffin? I know for some reason they have to join like a women's band or
Jack
something.
Lemmon and Tony Curtis witness a mob hit, and then in order to escape, they dress up in drag and travel with a woman's like marching band or jazz band or big band.
Yeah.
And Marilyn Monroe is like their leader or their sing. I forget the exact thing.
Right. So like the whole time she's just like, strutting around without very much clothing on because she assumes she's in the presence of women, and meanwhile they're just sitting there like, oh my god, it's Marilyn Monroe. They're like losing their shit. Yeah. What have you got next?
Spirited Away.
All right. So did you have Some Like It Hot?
I did not.
Okay. I do not have Spirited Away.
This is my favorite Hayao Miyazaki movie.
Based. I'm sorry.
it is a basic take to prefer the childlike exuberance of and the absolute desolation and loneliness of Spirited Away, as opposed to the big time Chad Princess Mononoke stands.
Sorry. No, this movie is excellent.
Yeah, I mean it's to me these are Miyazaki's finest works. Like I said, we'll talk about his other movies some other day, because there's not a bad one amongst the bunch. I would argue there's not even really a mediocre one or a good one. They're all pretty truly awesome. But Spirited Away to me is the one that just visually and emotionally appeals to me the most. There's something about the journey that this little girl goes on and the characters she meets along the way that is like just pure imagination. Which is hard to say of Miyazaki because all of his films are kind of like that. But this is the one that I find the hardest time describing in words, or even describing a specific feeling to, because it is just so evocative in some kind of longing for more while also being amused and bewildered all simultaneously. And I don't think any of his other films quite hit that mark. The one I did just watch last night is along the same page. But is a bit more surreal, if that even makes sense, a bit more dreamlike. Whereas this is, it has that ever-present strangeness. But yeah, just a masterwork of imagination and in a certain way purity, mythological, sort of like a folk tale.
Yeah, it's definitely folktale like.
Don't be gluttonous. Sure. Gluttony, bad, not good. All right, what do you got?
Sound of Music.
Bitch, I knew it. He said there would be more musicals.
We'll see if that's the last one.
The hills are alive. More.
You will see.
What do you have? The fucking Music Man?
We'll just have to wait and see.
He's what? He's a Music Man.
What? No, we're not going to Gary, Indiana. Relax over there. No, The Sound of Music is a masterpiece. It is a bit long, but there is
a deer. Sorry.
But like for I think it is probably like a great introduction for kids for like what a movie is, like what cinema is. Obviously, like it is a musical, like it has songs incorporated in. One of my coworkers was actually telling me that he was watching it and like it was what you just did, doe a deer, female deer, like his kids were singing along with it. So it is like a sing along, but also like, I mean, obviously there's a lot of like pretty stark human truths that are highlighted in it as well. Obviously it takes place in World War II. It's a family that is trying to get out of Austria, right?
Yeah, they're in like Salzburg or like in the Alps nestled near Salzburg.
Yeah, but
beautiful country.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a beautiful film. I haven't seen it in forever, but it does hit some part of nostalgia. I would say for me. So I'm excited for people who haven't seen it to see it. Is kind of what I would say there. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, it is like a generally like good story, like the lady who kind of needs to fill the role both as a mother and a caretaker and a wife to these, not only to the kids but then to the husband, and it's all in the idyllic backdrop of the Alps in
the lady.
Austria.
You
Julie
mean
Andrews?
Yeah, I was gonna say Julie Andrews.
Yeah, that lady.
Disrespect Julie Andrews like that.
Biting my tongue so as to not say something meaner.
Okay.
But the backdrop is, the fucking Nazis are taking over Austria. So at least there's some stakes.
I guess you just prefer Indiana Jones to Sound of Music.
Damn straight I do.
No
Damn
ticket.
Straight. No ticket. The next one I have is Stalker.
Yeah, same. Same.
I would argue similar to Spirited Away. This is sort of meta-narrative meditation, even more slow-paced and meditative than Miyazaki's works, about the nature of imagination, hopes, and dreams, and even more so ambition. It is a Soviet film written and directed by Andrei Tarkovsky about a stalker who is basically like an adventurer slash guide of a engineer slash physicist and a writer who journey into this alien warped zone, which is only called such, the zone, which is like cordoned off by the Soviet police because within the zone is some sort of alien place where time doesn't seem to act correctly and neither does sound or light. And these men journey there specifically because within the zone there's allegedly some place, a well of some kind, where if you go to it, your wishes may come true. It's perhaps the finest example of poetic cinema that Tarkovsky has ever made, but it's hard to really definitively say that more than Tarkovsky's other work like Nostalgia, Andrei Rublev, The Sacrifice, or even the other film of his on my list, Mirror. This one probably just appeals to me more purely because of the content of it. There's something very alien and science fiction-esque about the zone, but it is still a very human film as evidenced by the last 15 minutes, which features a direct-to-camera monologue by the stalker's wife who's been absent from the film, and then the sort of twist slash reveal ending.
Yeah. What?
I was going to say, which is sort of meant to be an answer to the very subjective and up for interpretation nature of the rest of the film.
Yeah, I don't really want to deconstruct the ending but to ruin it for the audience, but yeah, I would say I would like this movie in a similar way to Spirited Away, because it has literal things happening, but then it blends the metaphorical with the literal so well that you never find yourself taken out of the literal, while also knowing that something else is happening, symbolically. I specifically remember several shots from this just influencing me artistically. There was the one with the pond and the reflection. where the camera like pans up, and that just like really got me, because that's always something that I love putting into a movie. Would be reflection. I think has a lot of power, and panning from a reflection. Yeah, I love this exploration. I love this piece of cinema. I have a movie on here that I swapped out with another Billy Wilder, actually. Sunset Boulevard.
Did you swap out?
I don't remember. I think it may have been one like from part 1 or part 2 that I took back because I re-examined it. And I just remembered that this movie like really hit. I think it was when we were talking about Notorious, as well as that other movie that I like misremembered. So I swapped it for this one, because this one is similar but way better in my mind. An incredible ending. I had been putting off seeing this movie forever, actually. For whatever reason, I think it was because I couldn't find access to it, but there are some amazing performances in this one. William Holden is good, but Gloria Swanson just is amazing in this movie. She's so convincing. She plays basically like a washed up actress who is completely disillusioned with herself and with her image, and can't quite come to terms with that. There's also a special cameo from a long lost relative of ours, actually. Cecil B. DeMille is in the film as a film director. He plays himself, but the movie, kind of appears on the surface like one thing, and then it turns into another through the lens of William Holden, who can't quite get out of the clutches of this lady, Gloria Swanson.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic example of film noir, a pretty important film in film history, both meta-narratively to the larger discussion of film history and the importance of film noir within that, but also just the fact that the actual movie is about filmmakers, screenwriters, actresses, directors, and the way in which fame warps her mind. But it is also just a great movie, many of which the scenes have become iconic, and the structure of the film, starting with showing you the end and the exact way in which it does it, has been aped and copied to death in this movie. You most certainly have seen the fingerprints of it all over modern history.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at these shots and stills from the movie. Like, it's in black and white, but this is what I mean when I say like this shit is black and white, but it's not black and white. Like, you can see the gradient. Yeah. Yeah, you can see the gradient there. I like that this latter half of the list is actually like we're deviating a lot.
A little bit.
Well, more than the first half.
More or less. I have everything like marked that way.
What do you have next?
Suspiria.
Same.
Just had to go and ruin our spree. So yeah, this is another Dario Argento Giallo film, technically the precursor to Inferno, which was also on my list. Suspiria is the far more famous film between the two, far more internationally renowned and well respected, probably because visually it is significantly more vibrant. Story-wise, it is a lot more familiar. It takes on a sort of Alice in Wonderland story pretty directly. It has an iconic score by Goblin. Second shout out to Goblin, Italian prog rock band, who absolutely kill it in this one. The haunting score is, once it's in your head, it's tough to get out. This film is pretty brutal, very strange. Definitely Argento's best work. Pretty much in every single way. Just some combination of the childlike journey the main character has to go on, mixed with the rigidity of the situation she's in like a girls' dance academy boarding school, and then the many brutal murders that are around them. Just creates a very unique viewing experience that must be seen to be believed, all sort of within the backdrop of a lot of at the time, very pop psychology-based Jungian imagery and psychology. It's also remade rather recently in a very different way, which I would also recommend for those horror enthusiasts amongst you.
Yeah, this was my introduction to giallo films, and wow, did it cut my throat open, that's for sure. To give you an example, in the first scene, someone walks into a large building and a slinky of barbed wire comes out and grabs their neck and like skewers that, like just
Rotted.
cuts them up, basically. Yeah, it's impossible to really explain in words. As Nolan said, it's better to be seen to be believed. But yeah, there's a lot of just really unsettling. It's not. Would you call it body horror or just slashing?
No.
What would you call it?
Yeah, it's like I mean, that's what the giallo genre is on the whole. Is basically a slightly more dressed up Italian version of the slasher.
Gotcha.
With screaming girls having their throats cut and a very specific use of color, and in this movie also has a strange use of language where it seems to switch intermittently between English, Italian, and German without the appropriate use of subtitles to tell you what's going on, just to confuse you. Oh, and Hungarian.
Yeah.
I remember watching it together and you going like, yeah, I can't watch like extreme movies like that back to back, Nolan. And I was like, what do you mean extreme? I had just forgotten the opening scene and the other horrible barbed wire part. But
I was going to say everything with the barbed wire in this movie bothered me. There's like, I've seen extreme violence in movies, but something about that barbed wire just really was unsettling.
So there's some way that Argento acts as a director that is very formal when it comes to depictions of violence, in a way that reminds me a lot of like Robert Bresson's movies, even though those are almost entirely bloodless affairs.
Yeah, I mean, it is on my list just because it surprised me so much with its violence, but also it's like straddling of violence and innocence in the face of like this weird twisted occult that I just found to be spectacular. Just constantly kept me on my toes, kept me wondering what would happen next. Yeah, beautiful movie. Right, speaking of blood, Taxi Driver I have next.
I've got Taxi Driver.
Oh boy. We talked about Spielberg and Scorsese. We briefly mentioned Taxi Driver. I know this movie is very popular, and also is very popular for like people's top 10 movies. That's not why it's on my favorites. I think why it's on my favorites is because it really digs into the psyche of a character, probably better than that's fine. Probably better than most movies that I've seen, at least. But it is very much grounded in pretty solid subject matter. I forget exactly who wrote Taxi Driver, but it has so many iconic scenes in it. It is quite Paul Schrader. Nolan would kill me for not saying Paul Schrader, but so many iconic scenes. It follows Robert De Niro as he kind of descends from the audience's perspective, but ascends in his mind. He kind of is going throughout New York City and notices sort of struggling folks, quote unquote, riffraff, is what he would label them. And you kind of get this sort of like seediness, and this relationship between him and the denizens of New York City. And the fact that he kind of thinks about them in this very toxic way. I forgot Paul Schrader's name, so I had to look it up in order to say it. Also, we'll see if the chat flashes on your face on the video, because it did for me. But yeah. At any rate, I was talking about the shots and how De Niro's character kind of descends given his toxic perspective on the citizens of New York City.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously like the spiritual father of American Psycho.
Yeah.
And sort of the cautionary how-to tale of not being an incel. More of a bad choice road examination than a to-do list.
Oh.
Well, we talked about this, in depth as kind of one of the foundational pieces of the edgelord protagonists.
Right.
Where,
no.
Travis Bickle is somewhat placed on a pedestal as, he was right all along, just like the Joker. Yeah, right. Society's bad. Women don't treat me no good.
This is also the movie that doesn't make me interested in watching the Joker. Like, I don't think I'll ever watch the Joker.
Right. I mean, the Joker is just like a run-of-the-mill mediocre movie that pilfers liberally from Scorsese and most notably this. But yeah, I mean, this in the same way that I was talking about before with like the way a great director is able to tell a story objectively, this is perhaps the finest example where Scorsese is able to draw you in to a story written masterfully by Paul Schrader to a narrative that, you must experience everything through Travis Bickle's eyes to try to understand why someone becomes like that and the way in which he's obsessed with eradicating the filth around him by then becoming part of it. But yeah, it's still an extreme piece of cinema with a rather violent ending. But
I think it's a movie that continues to grow on me. Actually, I think that I kind of had the similar perspective on it as I did for Psycho, where it was like so built up, and then I watched it and I was like, okay, that was a great movie. I liked it more than Psycho for sure, but I don't know that I fully grasped what it was going for the first time, even the second time, actually. Yeah, I think I got a little too hung up on like the literal part of it. Like, obviously it's not a checklist, like you said, of what to do. But I guess my confusion was sort of like why people felt that it was a perfect film and why people loved it so much.
Well, I think it's certainly as relevant today as it would have been in the 70s, both in terms of the ease of outcasting that society can place on sort of unhinged but allegedly well-meaning single men. Not to mention the like cultural distinctiveness that it applies to New York City as a character. And the way in which the sort of decrepit nature of New York in the 70s, which was a rather dark and violent place throughout a lot of areas.
They just needed the Batman instead of Travis Bickle.
Right, due to how little money there was amongst most of the people, which is an issue that has become increasingly prevalent today. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's as important now for this exact type of on the edge young man who may need some guidance to watch a cautionary tale. I think the ending of the movie, in Scorsese's attempt to make something ephemeral and almost mythological in the way in which it's not clear that Travis Bickle survives the final shootout or not, that I think can color the movie incorrectly for some audience members, which is why they, worship Travis Bickle as the good guy, as opposed to sort of taking it as it is meant to be, more about the objective nature of how a man can lose his mind in this way. But yeah.
I don't want to go on too big of a tangent, but I just watched Heathers last night for the first time, and I actually, to Taxi Driver's credit, to be clear, I loved Heathers. I really thought it was great. Not enough to put it on my favorites, but to Taxi Driver's credit, I felt like it went to it ascended to like a higher place than Heathers was able to. Obviously, that's not fair because Heathers just isn't as good of a movie. It's a good movie, but the ending of Taxi Driver, I feel like pulled off the ending that much better, and it like is much more of a capstone than I think a lot of movies are able to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, a lot of movies that people ascribe as being great have just a better or more memorable ending than not. And there are plenty of like sort of mediocre movies with great endings that make you forget that the journey along the way was maybe not as satisfying.
Oh yeah, especially if they hit you with the tears or something.
Right. I mean, that's the entire point of catharsis, or as Paul Schrader has called it, transcendental filmmaking.
Was that you? Go ahead.
I was going to say that we actually have wholesale failed Paul Schrader because we have had no Ozu films, no Carl Theodor Dreyer films. We just hate cinema. Did get one Brisson on here, so we can make Paul Schrader happy.
It's okay. We're a work in progress. As either Jack Lemmon or Tony Curtis said, nobody's perfect.
No, it's the other guy.
They say it to him. Also, Tony Curtis, father of Jamie Lee Curtis. Forgot to mention that. There's a through line there.
To that lady who got stabbed in Psycho.
Yes, that was the connection I was making.
For a very short period of time, because he got married like 8 times.
Oh, nice.
He was a philanderer, that Tony Curtis.
Oh,
man got around.
What have you got next? Did I do Taxi Driver? Did you do Taxi Driver?
You did.
You're up.
I have Tampopo, the ramen western, as it was self-described in its own promotional material, which is about a group of culinary ronin who band together to help this lady run a very good ramen shop.
I just love that classification. Just like, oh yeah, we made a new genre of movies. What's your genre? Ramen western. Guys, slow down.
Yeah, I mean, the setup is basically like a couple of truck drivers stop at a ramen shop and they're like, this isn't a very good ramen shop. And then instead of, going along their way, they're like, we're gonna make you the best fucking ramen shop ever.
This sounds like an anime. Like, this literally sounds like an anime.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly has elements like that. It is a Japanese film.
Like the objective, we're gonna become the best. The best what? The best ramen shop ever. Okay, How are you gonna do that? We're gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, the underlying current of the film. Have you seen Tampopo?
No.
The underlying current of it is, more about the way in which you master a craft and perfect what it is that you're working on, more than it is actually about ramen, although it is entirely about making ramen well.
I mean, I figured there was some type of meta narrative, but
there's also a B plot about a gangster who is like a foodie, like an absolute foodie, like a completely unrelated B plot where there's just a gangster who loves food, which features an X-rated scene involving his love of food, and I shall say no more.
Wow.
Must watch. Great stuff. Tampopo.
I have Terminator next.
Do not. I don't. Jimmy C didn't make the cut, unfortunately.
I was torn between this one. I mean, obviously this one and a lot of other ones, but also T2. Yeah. I think that this one laid the groundwork for a lot of movies. I think it's there's something obviously very unsettling about the Terminator, like the character itself, but also just like the fight for humanity against technology just really, really strikes a chord with me, metaphorically. Definitely not a perfect movie, that is for sure, but I very much like the editing in it. I don't really have anything like to say about Terminator. Obviously, it's heralded as a great film.
Oh, it is a great movie. I saw it a couple weeks ago. I mean, philosophically, we talked about this at some point off air about how I philosophically dislike it just because there's a disconnect between the actual messaging that the film is telling you visually and then the, story that plays out.
Right.
But that's a larger conversation to have when we talk about James Cameron himself and his work as a film director, because James Cameron has not and probably will never make a bad movie, but his style of filmmaking and process for it, I think, has some it's worth talking about. But yeah, I would have watched this and T2, but I can't find Terminator 2 anywhere.
Yeah, that's why I haven't watched it again.
It's just not on streaming services. Somehow this James Cameron guy, he's too poor to sell his movies for streaming. He needs to keep
there is some type of nostalgia I have associated with the Terminator, because one of our neighbors, who's significantly older than I am at the time, showed me T2. And like, I was way too young to watch it, and I was like, "Oh shit, this is awesome!" Like, look at these explosions, man, with a trench coat and shotgun. Like, just what a ride, what a rush. So yeah, it hits some type of nostalgia. What have you got next?
The Tenant, not Tenant, the Chris Nolan movie, but The Tenant, a Roman Polanski picture.
Gotcha.
This was his follow-up to Chinatown. Also the first movie I believe he made after he was run out of America due to some legal issues he had, let's say. It is part of the Apartment trilogy, along with Repulsion and Rosemary's Baby, which is basically just about people who live places and go crazy, except the difference is he is the main character in the movie. Roman himself plays the protagonist. He moves into like a new apartment building in Paris and immediately feels alienated by the other people who live in this complex. Strange things start happening to him. The movie descends into madness and chaos, and then has a good old mindfuck ending.
Damn.
I don't want to say more because I don't want to spoil it, but it does feature pretty much everything I said about Rosemary's Baby, minus the supernatural, by and large, is also present in this. It's just a very well made movie. You can tell that there is, in terms of his life as an artist, it seems like it is made in reaction to him being run out of America, which is interesting in and of itself. But I don't really want to talk about Roman Polanski, the bad man, in relation to this movie or his larger body of work, because I figure we'll talk about him and the movie in greater detail once we do an episode on him and once you've seen it, stuff like that.
For sure. Yeah. It is on my watch list. I have There Will Be Blood next.
I have it, but not next.
Yeah, what to say about There Will Be Blood? I mean, we did Paul Thomas Anderson episode as well, so you can see that. Great use of color, great use of tension. Actually, there are several scenes that I would say are master classes of how to build and release tension throughout. An incredible performance from Daniel Day-Lewis. Paul Dano as well does really, really well as a pair of twins. I would contend that this is Daniel Day-Lewis's finest performance, despite him having amazing performances in everything he's in. But he just is Daniel Plainview. There's no other way around it. When you're watching the movie, it doesn't feel like you're watching a movie. And I credit a lot of that to Paul Thomas Anderson, but also Daniel Day-Lewis. The level of immersion is so fine. Like I said, the use of color, at times it feels like you're watching something in black and white, like whole characters have like their faces or their hands just covered in oil. The like dryness of the climate as well is overwhelming. Yeah,
basically Wages of Fear and The Treasure of Sierra Madre blended together and then sprinkled with Paul Thomas Anderson's style of humor, in addition to absolute perfection as a master filmmaker, which I think the directors of those two films would have also appreciated.
What was that one you said? Wages of what?
Wages of Fear. It's about some poor guys in Europe who are driving like an American oil truck loaded with nitroglycerin.
Christ, that's a long movie.
Yep, it's a great one, classic.
What have
Directed
you?
by Reese.
What have you got next?
The Lives of Others, Das Leben des Anders, written and directed by Florian Henkel von Donnerschmark. I just have to, when there's a ridiculous name that ends with von Donnerschmark, I just have to say it in that goofy, high-pitched, bad German accent. Yeah, this is a great German movie about a KGB officer who is forced to spy on a famous playwright in the mid to late 1980s. And as he spies on the man, he slowly but surely becomes enamored with this guy's disagreements with the sort of Soviet regime and the Eastern German Soviet regime. It's a very good period drama about the Cold War in East Germany. And features great performances by all involved. A bunch of German people that nobody knows what else to say about it. I mean, it does focus very heavily on the period in which it is in, which at times takes away from the strength of the narrative, which is the Rear Window-esque relationship between the protagonist and the man that he's spying on. But it culminates in very powerful ways at the end of the movie, and then has just a chef's kiss ending.
Is this similar in some ways to The Conversation?
There's definitely one or two direct allusions to The Conversation, but it is not a thriller in the same way that The Conversation is.
Okay.
Like, barely related.
Yeah, something about seeing a guy with headphones on and like surveying someone just kind of reminds me of that. But
yeah, I mean that they have that in common.
Speaking of a great movie that didn't make our list, I got to see that movie again.
Yeah, I did bring it up when you mentioned Blowback very briefly.
Yes.
Yeah, and it is worth mentioning again, especially because I made a point of made a meme out of not including The Godfather on my list, which would have only been made better had I included The Conversation to just throw equal shade on The Godfather.
Just being like, well, actually, this movie by Coppola.
Right.
A favorites list without this would not be a favorites list. The Thing is next.
Man is the warmest place to hide.
Man, what a great movie. Masterclass of tension. It's not an upbeat ending, but it is like just a great movie, and I find that motivating. Like, I find it being a great movie just so motivating. I love a locked room, like bottle episode type movie or show, and this I think is like the perfect example of that.
Yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia for this movie. This was like one of the first shown like this and Alien around the same time. When I was maybe, I don't know, 14 or 15, before I was allowed to watch, good R-rated movies. And so I just loved them for that.
Which I think is good, to be clear, because I think we appreciated them that much more because our brains were working better. But
perhaps, yeah. I mean, we did actually do a John Carpenter episode that has never been released for a number of reasons. But yeah, this is easily John Carpenter's best work. Ratcheting up the paranoia, highlights his ability to really direct an audience super well. This film, I think in particular, compared to any of his other work, it is just super well directed, even though it has like these obvious goofs and gaffes and like a very stilted style of editing that feels very forced at times. There's like scenes of obvious schlock and silliness that don't seem to match the otherwise overwhelming serious tone. And then they just straight up like cosmic horror contained within is the alien, the thing, brought completely to life by Rob Bottin's masterwork special effects, which are, to me, just the most obvious case of best special effects ever.
Yeah, I have watched it with people, and they have mixed feelings on the practical effects, or special effects. Like, like I've gotten some responses like, "Oh, well, that's like the '80s," and it's like, yeah, but like they're like amazing for the time, and I
Don't
think
see any special effects that look better than this today. I've never seen special effects that look better than this.
yeah,
What
that's fair.
looks better than this? Some fucking vomit CG on a screen?
People would probably make that argument. Yeah,
It's an argument I would be happy to have. You can email me at, what's our email?
brotherswhoart@gmail.com.
You can also email me at flockaseagle@gmail.com. That's FLOCKASEAGLE Flocka Seagull.
That is actually an email that Nolan has. It's not a bit.
It's a Pulp Fiction reference. If you don't get it, watch Pulp Fiction and then email me about it.
All right. Yeah, this is a movie that I think you and I both love separately, but also just because we've seen it a number of times together. But yeah, it's awesome.
Watch it early. I watch it often. It's a good one. Love it. Great
Watch
stuff.
it early.
Yeah, watch it early. Watch it often.
What does that mean? Like early in the day?
Maybe. Could be.
So you don't go to your shack to get drunk? I don't understand.
What do you mean?
What does watch it early mean?
You just watch it. You just gotta get it in there. What's the confusion here?
I'm asking for a literal definition here of what does watch it early mean?
Like as soon as possible. Early.
Okay.
You've never heard a phrase like do X early, do X often?
I have, but like the early part I am taking issue with linguistically.
Because you wouldn't want to watch it like right now. You'd want to wait like 10 years and then watch it. I don't understand I can't move past this now. Now I need an answer on your issue with my answer.
So early on in life.
No, I didn't say that. There's no kids listening to this.
Like ASAP? Is that the synonym here?
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard this before. I just, it's a weird saying to me.
Let's see here. Vote early, vote often. Communicate early and often. Delivery early and often. This is a common phrase in the English language. Do X early and often.
My issue with all of those things is that implies, okay, vote early and vote often. That one means that there's a time frame that you have to do something with. Communicate early and often is like you need to communicate quickly so that something bad doesn't happen, and communicate often in order to have a back and forth. But there's no time frame to like watch the thing.
There is if you've never seen it, or if you have and are not actively currently watching it.
Right. So is it a yearly thing that you got to get in every year to get early?
I saw it 3 times in 2024, so I don't know. I don't understand the line of questioning here. If it is about the definitional purpose of using the word early in a sentence, then I'm more confused than not.
We got to move on.
Can't get past it here.
My brain is crumbling.
Send emails to our Twitter. Tweet on our Instagram to explain this to Reese, because
I understand the phrase. It's a me problem. I just don't like it. Just plain don't like it.
But you don't mind vote early and vote often, which implies vote multiple times, a felony in most states.
Well, you can vote often. You can vote as often as there's an election. You vote.
You can also just vote multiple times in an election.
Yeah, but you could vote for like state. You could vote for your local representatives. You can vote for the president. All of those things.
2 days, the King Day. All right, moving on.
I appreciate the creativity with which you applied that saying. I just, like me personally, I was asking for a definition because I feel stupid for not understanding the phrase.
Movie good, watch now. That's what I meant.
This is the linguistic brain in college of curiosity without knowing something.
Why use few word when you can use a
Kevin, what do you have
misappropriated? Next movie I have is The Wind Rises. Written and directed by Hayao Miyazaki. Got another one in here. Snuck it on the end of the list. This was alleged to be his final film until he thankfully decided not to retire again, a thing he's done repeatedly throughout his career.
What a pretentious man.
What a kind soul and bad father. Those were his son's words, not mine. Apparently he was too busy making all these great movies to be a good father. Anyway, The Wind Rises is a story about
His son said that about him?
yeah.
Oh shit, I have seen this movie.
You have seen The Wind Rises.
Somehow. I thought I hadn't. Sorry.
And it isn't on your list because you hate freedom?
No, I don't remember it.
It's about a guy who designs planes.
I remember this movie.
In like the 1920s in Japan. So if you do the math on that real quick, planes,
War.
Japan, World War II. It's a very nice movie about a man who likes making planes. Much more serious, more grounded than Miyazaki's other work, by and large, which almost always concerns some supernatural elements.
There's no way I've seen this. There's no way.
Whiplash. I don't have Whiplash on my list, but I'm getting it from your uncertainty over this film.
No. I have it rated somehow, but I haven't seen it. I'm certain.
Anyway, The Wind Rises is by and large a full circle meta-narrative film for Miyazaki in regards to his own love and obsession with airplanes in lockstep with his own love of films and filmmaking, which makes multiple references to many of his other films, most notably Porco Rosso, aka The Crimson Pig, another Miyazaki film.
God damn it, Miyazaki. Naming, isn't that in Italian?
Mm-hmm. It's about an Italian pig who flies a plane and loves shooting people in dogfights. It's another great movie. Features one of me is the nice part about Miyazaki's movies is it's like the David Lynch description of the eye of the duck, where it's like the things can be anywhere, but there always has to be the eye. The eye of the duck moment in Porco Rosso is top-notch animation. The rest of the movie is mostly just a silly thing about a pig who loves to fly. But that one scene is just...
Never lose sight of the donut for the whole. Another good David Lynch quote. Just like the decision to have it be an Italian pig.
It's because the Italians, just like the Japanese, were incredible plane makers for a certain period of time that Miyazaki grew up in. So it makes sense
also
that he had
fascists.
An affinity for... Yes, and there was quite a bit of controversy around The Wind Rises because it apparently did not condemn fascism enough.
Oof.
Because, lifelong maker of children's movies and renowned Buddhist, Hayao Miyazaki must be a fascist.
Right.
He was like deeply... I remember when the movie came out and people in the Japanese press were like, yeah, this is like too nationalistic. Other people were like, not nationalistic enough. Doesn't like war enough. And he was like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a movie about how planes are nice and how this designer is misunderstood.
As a fellow artist who also discusses things with people given our podcast, I feel this way a lot of the time when I'm having conversations with people where I'm talking about something and someone gets hung up on something else. And I'm like, we're not having that conversation. We're not talking about this. We're talking about this. Like,
do you mean like how I said you should watch the thing early and often?
No, I'm talking about like, because that was a phrase that you used with it. I'm talking about like the same. It's for example, like you make a movie about that, and someone says, "Why isn't there any fascism in there?" And you're like, "The movie's not about that." Like,
but there is a fascism in it,
right? But the commentary, like, they didn't take that tone, and they're like, "You didn't say enough about that." That's not what the movie. Right. That's not the point of the movie. It's not like It's like you talking about. I don't know. Let's say you're talking about Catcher in the Rye, and you're talking about innocence in Catcher in the Rye, and someone goes, well, why didn't we get more, they ask a question like, well, why don't we get more depth with the parents? I really felt like we were missing out a connection between Holden and his parents. And you're like, okay, well, but that's not the point of the book. Like, nobody gives a fuck about his relationship with his parents. Like, if anything, the fact that his parents aren't highlighted show his disconnect with his parents. This is not a conversation that's worth having, basically. Anyway.
I have had my own descriptions and opinions on various elements of film, TV, and media misconstrued because I seemed to dilute my own either complex or poorly worded opinion into something like it didn't meet my expectations, which is pretty much what you're talking about, where you approached some piece of art with some predetermined notion of what it ought to be, and when it wasn't that, then you get upset, which I've attempted to describe before, not that it failed to meet my expectations, but that the expectations that certain, let's say a TV show set for itself, it then failed to meet, which I think are two different things, but it's also a digression, and that gets into Game of Thrones, which is a can of worms we cannot open.
Most of the time, this like phenomenon happens when I am trying to have a critical conversation about something, in critiquing something, and someone out of left field just like mentions like, but what about blah blah blah? And you're like, yeah, that's part of this. What about it? And they're like, blah blah blah. And you're like, oh, okay, you just keep saying the same thing over and over. Like, I just want to I want to engage with this thing. I'm not pointing out just an aspect of it. I want to try to get to the bottom of whatever this thing is. Bah, bah, bah. Like, yes, the movie's in black and white. We get that. All right, moving on. I just don't feel like I can engage in that way. Anyway,
we would need to have more podcast episodes where there's an artist or piece of art or work that we disagree on fundamentally in order to have that conversation more thoroughly. Or better yet, if one of us had a movie, one of our favorite movies that the other one actually just hated, but didn't have a good reason to hate. They used blue instead of green. Should have been green.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time it's when we don't have a reason. That's usually when it becomes frustrating. But what's your next one?
I just did that one.
What'd you do?
The Wind Rises.
Oh, right. All right. This is the next one, which you could consider a musical if you want. Umbrellas of Cherbourg.
Fucking musical.
It's whimsical. It's got sing-songy elements to it. There's almost dancing.
Musical.
Anyway, this is a very beautiful French film. Yeah. Beautiful film, beautiful people. Not a beautiful language. But it works well in this movie, so that the language is beautiful in the movie. I just wanted to do that as a bit. Yeah, it's such an enjoyable movie to watch, and I think it really explores love in all sorts of different capacities, and kind of coming to terms with lost love, and also coming to terms with how life unfolds in mysterious ways that you can't predict, and you just kind of have to go with it, but also loving the moments that you were able to live is kind of the culminating capstone of the movie.
I liked Umbrellas of Cherbourg well enough. Didn't really love it. I don't know. It didn't leave a huge impression on me beyond being a well-made movie. It have really nice art direction.
I was gonna say I know I just got on my soapbox just shitting on people getting hung up on one part of something that wasn't worth pursuing. But the use of color in this movie, I think, is absolutely fantastic. Like you said, the art direction is magnificent. It doesn't look like you're watching, or it doesn't look like you're looking at a painting or watching a painting, but man, if you take a still of pretty much every scene, you can just tell that every piece of wallpaper, every article of clothing is perfectly selected to all build into something greater than simply just, oh yeah, these are people standing around talking and feeling something.
I guess I would agree with that. I didn't have a strong emotional attachment to the characters, and so I really enjoyed the way that the emotional crux of the story came together by the time they got to that scene where they're filling up the car Like I feel like they're at a gas station or like an automotive repair shop.
Yeah.
I think the emotions come together well in that scene, but it didn't like hit me in a necessarily arresting way. And so I felt like a lot of the time spent getting there was more about appreciating the like artful nature of the art direction than it was about anything else. So it didn't necessarily feel like the things complemented one another. But that's a taste thing.
Yeah, I kind of felt like all of that was a means of showing the highlights of life and the beauty of life, despite life not always being beautiful.
Well, that's why I have In the Mood for Love and not The Umbrellas of Cherbourg.
Yeah, that's fair. I
But
know I go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm also not married, so
Well, yeah. I mean, definitely I would say that this movie because I saw this movie I think 3 or 4 years ago. I think it helped me come to terms with previous relationships and also like bridge into the relationship that I have with my wife and like really show just how beautiful, yeah, love is and relationships are and life in love is. What have you got next?
They Live.
Oh, nice.
Speaking of nice, well-made movies and not total schlock, I've got a great piece of total schlock for you here.
Man, on another day, this would be swapped with Terminator, that's for sure.
Yeah, what to say about They Live? This is a nice short movie, another John Carpenter, about wrestler Roddy Rowdy Piper, who, rest in peace, who wanders into town looking for work and then uncovers a worldwide conspiracy of aliens who've taken over the planet because he puts on sunglasses that allow him to see the world for what it really is. Yeah, it's very silly, but also, you know, a biting criticism of American capitalist society as it was and as it currently has grown to become from when this was released in 1988 until the modern day. It's a good distillation of a lot of John Carpenter's beliefs, feelings, and attitudes at the end of the 80s when he was kind of coming off a very mixed bag decade as an artist. I don't think this movie was particularly well received upon release either, but it's short, it's sweet, it's to the point. I like it. It's silly.
It's a great
But-
rewatch as well and a great hangout movie.
Yeah, nothing like an 80-minute movie where 10 minutes are spent between two men beating each other with trash in the alleyway of city.
Clattering garbage, aluminum garbage
Put
cans.
these
over each
sunglasses
other.
on. No.
Gotta put the sunglasses on
All right, what do you got next? What do we?
in honor of They Live.
I don't know where my sunglasses are.
I have Uncut Gems next. Uncut
I also have it.
Uncut Gems is a Safdie brothers production that they specifically wrote actually for the actor Adam Sandler to play the main character. It's quite a wild ride. I believe he plays a jewelry store owner. Kevin Garnett is in the movie as well, but it kind of chronicles a man's obsession with wealth and jewelry and kind of making his own way in the world. It is downright hilarious. It's a bit of a dramedy, you could say, but I really have to rewatch this one. I'm very, very glad we sat down to do the favorites because it's really reminding me of all these great movies that I have to watch again.
Watched Uncut Gems 3 times in the theaters.
Holy shit.
I loved this movie. I thought this was a masterwork.
I'm just picturing you cackling in the back of the theater.
Yeah, I mean, finally, the Safdies haven't made a movie, I think, since this, primarily because the one Safdie brother has become a rather successful actor in his own right. He was also working with Nathan Fielder on a TV show that came out last year. I'm sure they'll make plenty of great movies over the next couple of decades. But yeah, there's something about the frenetic energy behind the direction and the editing that matches the performance that they asked out of Sandler to a T, which is only amplified then by the appearance of Kevin Garnett as basketball player who needs the the diamond. So many good quotes. The best of which is definitely Kevin Garnett getting the diamond and then just being like the whole the climax of the movie is that like Kevin Garnett gets this like big fucking diamond, and it's with him, I think, in a playoff game, possibly in a championship basketball game. And he like has terrible first half, and then at halftime he's just like rubbing the stone against his head, and then he wins the game. And he's like, in the end, it was just being this. It just killed him. But yeah, it's a great movie. Anxiety inducing, very funny. A lot of good like cultural Jewish humor sprinkled throughout as well. Just great stuff. Don't gamble. That's the message. Don't gamble. Or do. Who cares?
Yeah, new sponsor incoming.
It is very easy to get sponsored by the gambling, the Underdog Fantasy and DraftKings, and we just need several more thousands of daily average listeners or whatever, and then we can finally get sponsored by gambling companies. Ooh, I can't wait to shill for those gambling.
Alcohol companies, gambling companies, and the old faithful Raytheon.
Missiles, cigarettes, or gambling.
Altria, where are you at?
Yeah, Altria. Philip Morris, hit us up. We'll shill your poison any day.
All right, so finally we've made it to wait, did I do that one or did you?
You did. I only know because to get to that one, I had several more in between. Throne of Blood. I'll do Throne of Blood next.
Great choice.
Yeah, it's the reason I put Kurosawa behind me, because I knew he'd be on here quite a few more times. Throne of Blood is Kurosawa's Edo samurai adaptation of Macbeth, which I absolutely love.
Hell yeah.
It's an excellent movie. Tons of classics, imagery, just beautiful cinematography amplified by Kurosawa's ever-present directorial hand. Mifune is absolutely phenomenal as the titular Macbeth. The performance by Lady Macbeth in this, and I'm sorry to an actress who is probably now long dead as Lady Macbeth, but she was also phenomenal. And then the great final scene where Macbeth is ousted as the ruler is quite memorable. Great shit. Cannot recommend enough if you like Macbeth, Shakespeare. I will say I have not seen Ron, which is a Kurosawa's adaptation of King Lear, which I assume upon watching I will immediately become obsessed with, and it'll be on here. But figured I would just mention that as just a hole in my knowledge.
Hey, why are you sorry to the actress?
Don't know her name.
Oh, Isuzu Yamada.
Suzu Yamada. My apology. I assume she's dead.
Takashi Shimura is also in it, who is from...
yeah, he's in every one of these other ones. I said
Ikaru,
Seven Samurai, yeah. Ikaru. I actually don't think he's in Rashomon.
Isuzu Yamada passed away in 2012. She was 95. Yeah, if she was still alive, she was born in 1917. Holy.
Hey, the Japanese do things different, so they live longer.
Yeah, they don't need all of these carcinogens.
It is one of the only modern, truly modernized, westernized first world countries that still allow cigarette smoking indoors. So they haven't gotten away from that quite yet.
Speaking of Altria,
I think it is outlawed in hospitals, but
that's probably good. My God, Japan. All right, we made it to the reason I have this background. It's Under the Skin is the movie, a Jonathan Glazer film. Yeah, I forget the name of this scene, but I think it's like Denny's Dance or something like that. Danny's Dance, something crazy. But yeah, speaking of surreal, dreamlike stuff, I mean, it's no wonder Jonathan Glazer is great at this, because he's pretty known for music videos and shorts. But yeah, this movie is really, really awesome. I know online a lot of people love this movie because there is a naked Scarlett Johansson. That is not the reason I like the movie, to be clear. It is.
Goddamn sex perverts.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? But this movie just really, really explores all sorts of human nature, and there's a lot of like really interesting shots of like close-ups of people. Most notably, obviously Scarlett Johansson. She's the main character, or should I say, it's the main character. If you want,
Racist, but sure.
more like yeah, I guess that maybe it would be. It wouldn't be racist. It would be more like I guess that technically would be racist because
You
it's
hate aliens.
right, the race. I'm coming at the alien race. Yeah, sorry for spoiling it, but she's an alien.
It's not really a spoiler.
It's not. You figure that out quite quickly. There's a lot more going on, under the skin. So next to go.
Here we go. I'll change my background here because I have no more Kurosawa movies. My next one is technically not a full feature-length movie. It is a part of a otherwise sort of mediocre trio of short films called Spirits of the Dead, and this chapter in it is called Toby Dammit.
Oh shit! You included that?
Oh yeah, I love this thing.
Damn.
This thing is incredible.
I thought about including it, but I wasn't sure if it was allowed.
I think it's a film. I mean, it's like 45 minutes long. It's as good as anything else on this list. It's a story. It's completely undeniable. It's just a 45-minute nightmare about like a British actor who goes to Italy to try to maybe make some new movies and ends up just driving around Rome and the countryside and getting drunk. It's a very loose adaptation of the Edgar Allan Poe story, Don't Bet the Devil Your Head. Great stuff by Federico Fellini. Excellent performance by Terence Stamp, who is probably more famous now as an older man. But yeah, good shit. Can't recommend it enough. I would not recommend that you watch the entirety of the film that it is a part of, but I would recommend that you watch just this part, which is findable. Sure of it.
Gotcha. I was looking for a new background, but every single one is filled with guns from one of the movies, so I can't use that probably.
Oh my god.
I do really like Toby Dammit as well. It really just makes you think a lot about a ton of stuff. Terrence Stamp really looks like Christopher Walken in this movie. I can't get over that. It's crazy. I have Vertigo next.
Got Vertigo. I have Vertigo, the movie, on here.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
The Hitch.
Yeah. A great Hitchcock movie. Some wild twists and turns. It is downright beautiful. There is a shot from under, I believe it's the Golden Gate Bridge in this movie that like really sticks out. But yeah, some really good shots, some incredible an incredible use of color, I would say. Great performances as well. Oh man. Is it Bergman?
Ingmar?
No. Ingrid. Is it Ingrid Bergman? I can't remember.
Is Kim Novak.
Kim Novak, that's right.
And Barbara Belgedis.
Barbara Belgedis. Okay.
Barbara Belgedis.
Okay. All right.
Kim Novak's who you're thinking of, though.
Yeah. She's great in it as well as Jimmy.
Oh gosh.
What's his name? All I'm thinking of James Dean.
James Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart. Yeah. It's a great ride. Strongly recommend if you haven't seen it. Yeah, I just choose this one over Psycho, but
well, yeah, I mean I like this more than Psycho. I just love Psycho also, but yeah, it's a part of that legendary run of movies that the Hitch pulled off in the 50s. The man was on a tear. Also was kind of a bastard, but
yeah.
This is not a morality podcast about the quality of the lives these many men led, since we're both hateful and don't have enough women on this list. But
what are you gonna do?
More movies by Chantal Ackerman? I don't know. All right, next. Good.
I was gonna say, what do you have next?
Next, I got Unforgiven, directed by Clint Eastwood, written by David Webb Peoples.
Best Picture winner.
This was the Best Picture winner, one of many that we have on here.
Right, we get to the end of the list and I start saying, "Oh yeah, that was the Best Picture."
Well, I mean, it is like kind of notable for that. Whereas, like, you know, what was the last Best Picture we had? And probably Silence of the Lambs.
Vertigo didn't win Best Picture.
No, I don't think so.
What?
I don't think Alfred Hitchcock ever won
Bridge on the River Kwai,
an Oscar,
which I did remove from my list.
Has it won Best Picture specifically?
No, not because it won. I removed it because I just don't think it's as good as the rest of these to me, or means as much.
Anyway, Unforgiven, a classic reimagining of the American Western, released in 1992, directed and starring Clint Eastwood, about a once infamous gunslinger brought out for one last job. He's hired by a group of prostitutes to go and get vengeance on a guy who beat up a prostitute, which he does. And also Morgan Freeman's in it, and then Morgan Freeman gets hate crimed. So then Clint Eastwood basically kills an entire town of people. It's a nice, heartwarming tale about the brutality of the West and a heavy emphasis on the demystification of the old-timey West.
Is it a remake?
It is not a remake. Features Gene Hackman in the antagonistic role as a sheriff who is more malevolent than Clint Eastwood's outlaw, which helps to be a part of a chapter in the sort of reimagining of the Old West, where a lot of pre-spaghetti westerns made in Hollywood were pretty much just good versus bad, uninterested in tales of morality. It was just virtuous gunslinger sheriff shoots bad man outlaw, which was then colored and confused by the spaghetti westerns of the 60s and 70s made in Italy, which basically said westerns should be silly and looser and every character is an anti-hero. Then the 80s happened, which were just dog shit for all movies. And then in the 90s, we get Unforgiven, which has pretty much been, since then, the definitive neo-western.
I most recently saw this when I was in Taiwan, so I think 2018. And I remember it not paying the bills as much for me, honestly. I remembered it more fondly the first 2 times I saw it. I think it was because I saw it had won Best Picture, so I don't know, there's something like 3/4 of the way through, something with the pacing doesn't quite mesh well.
It's a very slow-paced movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be the point of it.
The end of the movie is great, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's primarily what I'm thinking of. But the journey to how he gets back to and is unable to escape from his past is quite important. But it also has biblical vengeance, which I think I've made clear I like. So
you're a big fan of the Old Testament God?
Yeah, spooky God who fucking smites people and drowned the whole world once because he was really angry. Blowed up Nineveh because they were sinning a lot and gambling.
Your favorite
Art Fisher podcast sponsored by gambling.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Art Fisher podcast sponsored by Job. I thought Art Fisher sponsored by the Bible.
Yeah.
Your favorite book in the Bible is Job, isn't it?
It's up there. Ezekiel's a good one. I like Ezekiel. Revelations is obviously the most metal. Actually, Revelation, not plural.
I do like Unforgiven. But yeah, my issue is with the pacing. But my next one is Viridiana, Luis Buñuel movie.
Found well to sneak some Buñuel on the bottom here.
I did. I tossed him on there after I realized another movie was not paying the bills. Yeah, because I have failed to watch more Buñuel, actually.
How dare you?
And I did very much like this movie, this spiritual exercise in the countryside of just people eating and crazy shit happening. I don't really know how else to explain it. There is some aspects of suicide as well brought up, but yeah, it's an interesting exercise in what a film is and what a film can do as well. What have you got next?
Sorry, I didn't realize I'm still muted.
No, you're good.
What I still have is a runny nose, apparently. The Usual Suspects is what I have next.
Gotcha.
This was the homoerotic one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Several hours ago.
I removed this one, actually. Used to have it.
Yeah, this is a movie about 4 gay guys who rediscover a kinship with an old friend when they're all brought into a police lineup together.
It's never explicitly said they're gay, but this is Nolan's reading of the movie.
And they realize that they need to turn him gay again. And so they then try to do that. No, that's my reading of the film, because, you know, at the time it was directed by Bryan Singer, notable gay man, starring Kevin Spacey, notable gay man, and Peter Byrne, notable not gay man.
So but they have to try to turn him gay.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, there is a lot of overtly homoerotic language used in this film, most notably cocksucker, which is said over and over and over and over again.
There's a lot of that.
In addition to other homophobic slurs, there's all kinds of shit like that in this movie, which is played off as, you know, aggressive machismo. But under the surface, I think it's pretty clear what the film is actually trying to say. Other than the fact that it's really a movie about, what's the narrative device called when it's like the...
Unreliable narrator?
No. Where you have a guy who's telling you the story, and then you see the story next to... I'm sure there's a word for it. It's not
frame
important.
Narrative?
Yeah, probably. The movie starts with, you know, that something happened at some docks, and the FBI caught one survivor from the entire thing, which resulted in like the deaths of 50-some people. And that survivor is Kevin Spacey, who plays a crippled guy named Verbal Kint, who tells a tall tale about how they tried to make this other guy gay and failed. And then at the end, there's a twist. But watch it. It's a great action movie. It is about what I'm telling you it's about. The same way that Top Gun is about the same fucking thing, and you can't convince me otherwise. That Top Gun is not just one big gay old gay movie, meaning both happy and guys loving guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really well written. I mean, it has a notable twist. The action scenes are well executed. Certainly Bryan Singer's best work. Bryan Singer, another problematic individual, but just move past that.
I do like this movie. It just kind of fell from my list the more I thought about it. I have rewatched it a number of times, and it's kind of paled some, I would say.
Hates the gays, this guy. Right.
Yeah. I have The Wailing next.
Same.
This is an incredible horror movie from, oh man, I always forget this director's name.
Na Hong Jin.
Sorry. I wasn't doing that on purpose. I was trying to get it right. That wasn't me being racist. I swear. No, this movie is awesome. It starts out as like one thing, kind of like a noir, where you're trying to figure out like what's going on with these people in the countryside, and there is some classism as well as racism within the movie, and it's kind of like it's an exercise in a culture's acceptance of outsiders, and also like their greatest fear of an outsider, I would say. It's also downright horrific. It was a movie that I remember we watched, and Dad started watching it with us and then went to bed. But I remember it was like kind of late at night, and we both just had like manic energy after, because it was just like such an incredible movie. Yeah, just feed off of great art. Get all ramped up. What have you got next?
Videodrome.
Oh, nice. Haven't seen it.
David Cronenberg. Perhaps my favorite of Cronenberg's films, and a great example of his house style of body horror and the convergence of technology and the flesh, which is an absolute obsession of Cronenberg's work. I don't want to say too much about it to spoil it for you. I would recommend it. It is not for the faint of heart. It is a bit extreme, perhaps not as graphic as what modern audiences are used to. So, it's maybe not so bad, but content warning is extreme, perhaps.
Sounds like Cronenberg, but specifically for this one.
James Woods. James Woods is the star.
Gotcha.
What do you got?
Wild Bunch.
I have different Wild.
Yeah, Wild Bunch of Sam Peckinpah.
Sneak some Peckinpah in there.
Huh? Saved some good ones for last. Yeah, this is a fun Western, grisly Western with some fun action sequences, some, how would I say it, unrepentant scenes as well, is hopefully an accurate description.
This movie does not repent. I agree.
I don't really have too much more to say about it. Just it's a good Western with some solid actors as well. A lot of violence.
Ernest Borgnine. I forget his name. He's in
Ernest Borgnine.
Borgnine.
Okay.
He's in the dirty. He's in the Dirty Dozen.
Yes. William Holden again.
Yes. I'm trying to think who else.
Damn, this movie's from '69. Wow.
Yeah. I would argue this movie marked the end of the age of good versus bad in Western films. It kind of was definitely the end of a certain chapter of Western filmmaking in Hollywood, which was not helped by the release of Heaven's Gate the year following, or 10 years following. But anyway, that's
What's that like light version of this? Tombstone.
Oh,
God damn it.
the Battle of the OK Corral. You can miss me with all that shit. Tombstone's not horrible. That's one with Val Kilmer as Doc Hollidays.
Yeah.
It's not terrible. Val Kilmer is at least very good in it.
Michael
Kurt Russell is.
It's just I don't know. I much prefer Wild Bunch. I think Tombstone is the light version.
Compared to Peckinpah, almost everything's the light version.
Right. All right. What have you got?
Wild Strawberries.
Same.
Nice
Same.
family movie about a renowned professor of something who is old and dying and needs to travel one last time back to his university he taught at to receive an award for whatever it was he was good at teaching.
This is the first time you've used a nice family movie
Accurately.
correctly. Yeah.
Yeah, the said professor trips down memory lane through both his memories and dreams of what was important to him throughout his life on the eve of being recognized as an important man. Lots of interesting pseudo-Freudian, Jungian dream sequences, a seamless meshing of memory, dreams, wishes, hopes, and the present. Starring Victor Sjostrom, director of one of my favorite movies, The Phantom Carriage, which unfortunately did remove from my list.
I was wondering about that.
It had to get taken away. I just couldn't have it and Ikaru and It's a Wonderful Life.
You know who else is in this movie? Aside from Max von Sydow.
Bibby and Livy.
Gunnar Bjornstrand.
Yet they're all in it. He worked with all of these people. It should also be worth noting that this incredible film came out the same year as The Seventh Seal.
That is not okay.
Ingmar was just on a roll in the 50s. This is, along with Hitch. Hitch and Ingmar's and Kurosawa were just, every movie they made in the 50s was excellent shit.
Holy shit. Ingrid Thulin looks a lot like oh man, I cannot think of her name.
Could be.
Coen brother married her. I can never remember
Francis
which Coen.
McDormand. Could
be. Yeah.
If you hadn't followed that up, I would have used a lot of could be's.
I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. That was you, right? I also have this. I love this movie. This might actually be like my favorite Bergman movie, even though I don't think it's his best. I just really like the way that it unfolds and the pacing and the beauty that's examined of the family.
I've only seen about half of his movies, so it's tough for me to feel like definitively.
Yeah, that's true. I have Yojimbo next.
Yojimbo. I do not have Yojimbo.
I really like the fights in Yojimbo. I also like the cunning aspects of Mayfun's character in this one. I think they really stand out quite well.
Does that all the time, just squinting and scratching the back of his head while just laying down some elaborate foxy lie to trick the idiots.
Yeah. In scrolling through the shots here, they do have a Yojimbo and a Fistful of Dollars side by side because a Fistful of Dollars is basically this.
It
It's
is
very
literally
similar.
a remake, yeah.
Yeah.
Stole.
Which is why I removed Fistful of Dollars. I did.
What? Do you even have 150 movies anymore?
Yeah, no, I replaced all of them. No, like earlier, whatever I removed, I replaced.
I mean, I think they're like the same. Like, I like both of them a lot and of an equal amount. I don't think one is like better than the other, and they do
Well,
very different things. Like Yojimbo is in black and white, first of all, and
well, I like Yojimbo more than Fistful of Dollars, and I like Good, Bad, and the Ugly more than Fistful of Dollars. So that was my thinking there.
fair.
What have you got next?
Wings of Desire or Himmel über Berlin,
Fuck, I gotta see this movie.
which, in the interest of you trying to correct the translations, Himmel über Berlin means Wings over Germany, even though the name of the movie is Wings of Desire, the same way that Amores Perros does not literally mean Life's a Bitch. That is the title of the movie. Anyway, just had to get it. That stab barbs, just spiteful shit. Oh, this is a very nice movie, unlike the things I was just saying for no reason. About an angel played by Bruno Ganz who watches over Berlin to make sure that the nice people of Germany have a nice time. They do not, because life is difficult.
Oh shit.
It is an excellent movie, a great drama. Peter Falk makes an appearance for like 30 minutes to just kind of like ham it up and be himself.
I just imagine him showing up on set like, "Hey, you got a part?"
That's literally what it feels like.
What?
They literally the angel's like going through doing his shit, and then like he comes across an American movie being shot in Berlin, and Peter Falk can just inexplicably see the angels, and he's like, "Oh hey angel, how you doing?" And
What
just
the-
diverts the whole movie into Peter Falk.
What on earth?
Great movie. Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds are featured in the last 10 minutes. It's another Wim Wenders movie. It's very sweet. It's heartfelt. It has all the classic ups and downs. The script is absolutely top notch. It covers pretty much every range of emotion you could feel in a movie. Fantastical yet grounded, spiritual but also completely human. Good shit.
Awesome. I can't wait to watch it. Next up, I have. Wow, I've got an animated movie second to last. Your Name.
Yeah, the only reason I didn't include this is because I don't remember it well enough to say it's one of my favorite movies, and so I have to watch it again.
I watched this in Taiwan, and it blew me away. My God, the direction of the direction of the movie, even though it's animated, was really spectacular. It also has a bit of like a mind fuck to it as well.
It's like the Donnie Darko with the meteor, right? Like there's
Yeah,
a meteor
kind of.
and a lake.
Yeah, there may or may not be time travel per se, but yeah, it's an exploration of love, and of time and transcending that in a lot of ways. That said, I have heard this spoken in the same breath with I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, which I have not seen, but have heard good things about.
I've never even heard of that.
It's a 2018 romance drama that's supposedly really, really, really good. It's also animated, to be clear.
I don't know if I like this animation style.
But Your Name came out first.
Automatically better.
That's not why I was saying this.
No, I know.
But yeah, I love this movie. I'm sure I'll watch it again, probably over the summer. All right, is this your last one, or do you have two more?
I have 4 more.
What the hell?
I'll do a triple double real quick, just to try to fly through them. I have
I have one left.
Right, that's why I was going to try to do a triple-double real quick. Triple-double, no assist.
Okay.
I've got World on a Wire, which
Okay.
is another German movie, written and directed by Rainer Werner Fassbinder, who was a mad lad in the 60s and 70s in the new wave of German cinema, who made all kinds of great gay movies. Literally gay. Great stuff. Important to the history of German filmmaking for sure.
He's
This
gay
one,
or his movies are? Okay.
he was also straight. He was everything.
Okay.
Yeah, not a judgmental man at all.
Great.
World on a Wire, though, is kind of a precursor to The Matrix in a sense.
Oh.
Basically, if you took Neuromancer and Matrix,
What?
or Neuromancer and World on a Wire, you get
damn.
Yeah, this is about a guy who works for like a big tech company who's investigating a murder of the CFO, and then he realizes that the company has successfully built a 100% real computer simulator that people can go inside of.
Shit.
Then shit gets crazy. Psychedelic, wonderfully colored. Not the best paced movie. It is quite long, but visually it is interesting enough to hold your attention as long as you don't mind listening to people hacking their way through German. Don't know where to watch it though, because it was released as a 2-part TV movie, and all of Rainer Werner Fassbinder's movies had weird distribution rights because Germany in the 70s, split between East and West, had a weird system of distribution, so it can be hard to find. Anyway, double. Next one I've got is The World's End, the final piece of the Edgar Wright Cornetto trilogy. So at least between the two of us, we got all three of them. I think this one is the weakest film of the three, but I like this one more than Shaun of the Dead because the emotional resonance between the two main characters in this one feels like there's more to it than in Shaun of the Dead, which I think is actually funnier and more well executed. I also think that the screenplay and the allusions to Dawn of the Dead are stronger than this one, where the connections between like the alien invasion force and like Invasion of the Body Snatchers doesn't quite all work together. But the ending is at least still good, if not just wholesale silly and a bit too anime based. I don't know how to describe it, but you know what I mean. But the ending where he's like, "I want a glass of water." Ding.
Yeah.
Either way, all three Cornetto trilogy films clearly great. Very funny, very rewatchable. This one does have a lot of great jokes, like I bumped into her then, I bumped into her again. All kinds of good shit. Final piece of this tripling down is The Wrestler, another Darren Aronofsky film starring Mickey Rourke as a retired semi-pro like WWE wrestler who's in really bad physical shape and works as a butcher at a grocery store. And he one day decides he needs to rekindle the relationship with his estranged daughter. And so he begins doing that path while also getting back into the fake real wrestling world. Two mixed results. It's a really well-made movie. It's a lot more of a standard drama compared to the other Aronofsky film on this list here, which was Requiem for a Dream. It's a really special performance by Mickey Rourke, who at that time I think had not been in a great movie for a while. Great ending. Really, really memorable ending, which helps tie the whole thing together.
Awesome. I just moved all of those up on my list because I haven't. Well, no, I've seen World's End. Wait, so do you have one more or?
Yeah, you want me to go for another?
No. I'll go, and then you got the last one.
All right.
My last one of our favorites is what?
What if it's the same movie?
Youth of the Beast.
Oh, that's not the one I have.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a Seijun Suzuki movie who is a mad lad. I like that term. A Japanese mad lad of the 50s and 60s. He could have been operating in the 40s, I guess. I'm just not aware if he was. But, oh man, this guy just threw caution to the wind, and for that I laud him, and I had to include him on my list, even though I disrespectfully miterated on the feat of giants in filmmaking, like some of the directors I omitted. Is what I'm saying. Well, we talked about it. We talked about Ozu.
Embarrassing. That's right. We didn't get any Ozu. No.
There was, yeah.
No Dreyer. Just three very slow-paced filmmakers from like the 30s that Paul Schrader.
I mean, they are all great in their own right. But anyway, this is about Suzuki, and I just love his wheeling and dealing, chain smoking, guns, balls to the walls, pure cinema. The shot selection too of just crazy, like he's constantly playing with different dynamics. He'll also have like superimposed images that will like creep on screen. Just wild shit, like experimental stuff in a otherwise like action-packed noir gangster film, basically.
Personally, I like the Tokyo Drifter more, which was probably the closest to actually making it on my list, but it's actually on my short list. I almost got there, but failed.
What's your last one?
Zodiac.
Oh, shit.
So I, unlike you, made sure not to omit all the greats. I made sure to sneak a David Fincher on right at the very end.
I have Fincher.
No, I know you do. I'm just saying I had previously, whiffed on. I didn't get The Social Network. I didn't put Seven, no Fight Club, but I did get in the Zodiac. Sneak it in right at the end. Thankfully, your sunglasses are hiding your disdain.
No, I'm just playing with my eyebrows.
Yeah, I don't know when I came to this take that I've decided to rest on, but Zodiac is by far my favorite Fincher film and one of my all-time favorite films.
Wow.
There's no mystery film that is as fine in terms of laying out a mystery, a real life mystery that we allegedly haven't solved, although we did solve it. I think it does a great job of displaying what a mystery is, especially one as high profile as the Zodiac case, in conjunction with the confusion caused by a long period of time, inconclusive facts as to what people were or were not murdered by this one serial killer in the, the Bay Area, the backdrop that you have there. Great performances all around by everyone involved. Rodney Downey Jr. still on drugs. Mark Ruffalo, Jake Gyllenhaal, excellent. All in all, it's a long movie. It's a difficult movie to make, and I think Fincher pulled it off near flawlessly.
Oh, that's right. Chloe Sevigny's in this. Actually, really like this actress a lot. She's the girl in American Psycho. I'm sorry for derailing you.
Yeah, I know this lady.
I just couldn't think of her name. Wait, June Diane Raphael is in this as well. What the hell?
Who dat?
We ran into her in Philly. She said hi to Courtney when we were on the street. Anyway, Zodiac. Sorry, you were building up to something.
No, I think I got there.
Okay. Let's take a break and then we will finish off this. All right, the beginning of the end. So this concludes our favorite 150 movies. Nolan is eating a burrito and just finished his burrito, so perfect timing there. Oh, still eating his burrito, perfect timing there. So I'm going to go ahead and give you my thoughts on my favorites as well as Nolan's, but here's some through lines as far as what I think these movies show about myself and why I chose them. If it sounds like I'm reading off of something, that's because I am. I believe these movies show an innate brilliance of childhood wonder, which is just something that I really admire about art, sort of that whimsy that an artist takes and holds near and dear to their heart. They haven't let their childhood wonder die. I think that's very critical, a critical aspect of any great artist in a way. Downright exciting adventure. I think there's a lot of movies on this list that are adventurous. Maybe not as many as other people's favorites lists, but every now and then you gotta be in the mood to see an adventure movie and go on an adventure, right? A celebration of storytelling layered on plot and complex characters. So basically the movie itself is celebrating what a story is and what cinema can do. Another aspect of these movies would be a meta-narrative in a similar way, or subtext and social commentary. As a teacher, this is one that I find very important in most great movies, I would say, is there's some type of didactic element, some type of instructive piece. Another element would be a dark subject matter. A lot of these movies have dark parts to them, but I think that showing this dark subject matter, it's really important to show this objectively without attempting to make a moral judgment. A lot of the movies that we have show those darker aspects in a really, really powerful way because it's not making a moral assertion on it. The last piece I have of these movies that I have noticed through going through this exercise is speculative experimentation. This is super important for me as an artist, because this is something that I want to do with my own work, is do something ambitious. But I also think it's central to creating something enjoyable. I think that I get some level of enjoyment just by seeing something done in a novel way. And I think that shows an aspect of truth of humanity or the world itself. So Nolan, what have you got besides Burrito?
No, Burrito's gone now. That's all done with. I think this list highlights many aspects, both what Reese and I love from the art and production of filmmaking. Excuse me. Both in terms of
the burrito.
Burrito wants to come back. Both in terms of technical wherewithal required in the making of them, but also the childlike exuberance and imagination required to get there. This list of mine reflects nostalgia, brutality, love, difficulty, loneliness, and togetherness, which is all wrapped into the form and the content, the viewing experience that participants to which watched it with, theatrical experience, and the overall ephemeral nature of films, both as art and entertainment, should hopefully reflect some diverse forms of thought, a wide time period, and reflection of my own philosophy and personality. And as you can tell with the overwhelming overlap between the two of us, that this is part of the reason why we wanted to run this podcast in the first place, and hopefully use an episode like this, which highlights essentially our taste, to build upon and move forward. Don't know where we're moving, but having this out, obviously it's not as if we didn't already talk about how often this changes, which is why it's arbitrary to have selected 150 and not 200. I'm just surprised anyone is listening to this podcast at all. So I find that to be humorous in its own right, but even more humorous that someone would listen to me rant and rave about these movies.
Well, that's life, just screaming into the void or seeing if anyone is listening or screams back. Yeah, did you have anything else? That pretty much sums it up.
No, I think that's good. I mean, that email I listed earlier, you can send me your recommendations. I wouldn't mind those. And I'm always on the hunt for more good movies.
Yeah, I was gonna say, feel free to comment your maybe favorite. I mean, if you have a favorite 150, for sure, share it. But you don't have to do 150. You could do favorite 5, favorite 10, whatever it is. We'd love to hear it. In closing, I just have one other aspect that I think Nolan and I really appreciate about movies, and that's the duality of humans. I think that this list really exemplifies kind of, I don't want to say all aspects of humanity, because that's pretty much impossible for how complex and messy we are as human beings, but I think these movies really highlight our darkest parts as humans, but also our greatest triumphs. And Nolan talked about, like, these movies are really powerful just because, sometimes the movie is really good, but it also matters who you're sitting and watching with. And that's what cinema is. You sit down to watch a movie by yourself or with other people in order to escape the world, in order to remind yourself of some type of beauty about yourself that you forgot, to take you to your past, to take you somewhere new, to remind yourself of maybe what love can be, or to view tragedy from a place of displacement. Therefore, it helps you to purge or transform those complex emotions. So don't just sit down to watch a movie in order to be entertained. You certainly can, by all accounts, but Personally, I sit down to watch a movie because of this quote from my favorite movie. You want to be fooled, but you wouldn't clap yet, because making something disappear isn't enough. You have to bring it back. That's why every magic trick has a third act, the hardest part, the part we call the prestige.
Commits murder.
So with that, we will leave you till next time. Adios.